All right, what's going on, people? What's going on? What's going on? Today we're going to be reacting to a video. Today we're going to be reacting to a video. Um, what's going on, KD? KD, I see you. I see you. No capitalism versus communism, part two. Then laughing out loud. Hassan took that L. But today we're going to be a lot of these lives, these midnight coffees. It's going to be really about what's contemporarily actually going on, because I'm also going to be reacting to them. But yeah, I saw this video. This is about 2 days old now. Andrew Tate's heated debate with Elon Musk. So we're going to be reacting to this video. Um, I found this video very interesting. I'm gonna share it with. I'm gonna share with you guys in 1 second. So hold on a second for me. About to do it. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. What's it? Her son. He gave up. Hold on a second. Yeah, there you go. Here's the video. Um. And yeah, let's go ahead and react to this.
Andrew, your mic isn't working. You got to unmute bottom left corner. Can you hear me?
And the reason why I want to react to this is because, you know, Andrew Tate talks a lot about there being a globalist agenda, uh, which makes sure everyone up to a certain extent has an agenda. Even a poor person has an agenda. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're a human being, you will have an agenda. We all do. So it makes sense that people at the top, very rich, powerful people, would have an agenda. It makes absolute sense. Um, but what I found interesting about this video is the way they talk about this globalist agenda. It's very vague, and I just don't. I think they're a bit naive about what this agenda is and what it's about, and and Andrew Tate talks very confidently about, you know, overcoming this agenda. He thinks we can overcome it, but I don't actually think he understands what the agenda is and how it works. Um, I don't think he understands that. Um, and I think if he understood that, he would he would move a little bit different, you know. And I'm going to be breaking down what this agenda really is today here. So yeah, without further ado, let's go.
We can, yeah. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, friend. I'm in the middle of a poker game, but since
Andrew, your mic isn't working. You got to unmute bottom left corner.
can you hear me?
We can, yeah. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, friend. I'm in the middle of a poker game, but since this is the battle for humanity against the Satanists and the Matrix, with its constant deception of the populace, I thought I would jump in and say hello to everybody.
He is right about one thing. Um, it is a fight against Satanists and so on. He's right about the Satanist part. Um, he's right about that, but but instead of him unpacking that and what that means and what that entails, he doesn't. Anyways.
Your thoughts,
Hello.
Andrew? We had your brother on earlier, Tristan come on earlier. Your thoughts on Alex Jones being back on X?
I'd rather hear his thoughts on Elon Musk being the biggest maverick of the last 500 years. I'm not kissing ass here, Elon. You've got big ones, man, on every front. You are literally overturning the entire power structure. I was just going to say this once Andrew get in, but I just want to say this while you're here. You are literally changing the entire paradigm, and you've definitely got the system scared, and so everybody needs to support X. Everybody needs to support the sponsors on X. I personally am doing all my Christmas shopping this year with all the great gadgets and stuff that are on X. But I'm going to shut up now. But I would imagine instead of talking about Alex Jones, I'd like to hear Andrew Tate talk about or ask questions to Elon Musk.
Uh, he's giving he he's giving yeah, this conversation, KD, he's giving Elon Musk a little bit too much credit. Don't get me wrong. What Elon Musk is doing is absolutely necessary and needed. We do need freedom of speech in society. We do need to be able to, uh, you know, think our own thoughts. We do, and be able to express them. We do need to do that. That's very important if we are going to change society. As yesterday, me and Hassan debated, communism doesn't allow you to do that. It doesn't allow you to express your thoughts. You have to agree. You have to comply. Otherwise, you suffer the consequences. And and yeah, and what do you call it? Like he is giving him a little bit too much credit. A little bit too much credit. He's only one person. Yes, he is inspirational in that sense, and we should all be standing up for freedom of speech. But I would argue that a lot of people don't even know what to say, even if they have freedom of speech. Even if you give them to them, they are so dumbed down that they don't even know what to say. Yes, you can. If you have freedom of speech, what would you use it for? I would say that the regular Western modern person doesn't even know what they would use it for. And if you were to judge it by looking at society, if you were to judge it by that, you would quickly realize that people are so immoral that even if they have freedom of speech, they would just misuse it. KD, if you want to jump in, bro. You know what I mean? Can do this reaction together, bro. It's not a problem. Um, all right, let's keep listening.
Yeah, well, Alex is certainly a friend of mine. I've known him for a long time, and I'm extremely happy he's back. I've celebrated that publicly, but Alex nailed it. Elon is taking the biggest risk here. It takes unlimited energy to propagate lies. You have to continually repeat them, and you have to continue to try and falsify information and hide the truth to keep lies afloat. And this simple purchase, you call it simple, the purchase of a simple website has literally cracked the matrix in real time, and it becomes extremely difficult now to run the psyops they were previously running and enslave the populace, which is their primary goal. So Elon is a hero, absolutely. And the risks you are taking, Elon, I don't think many people at home actually understand the gravity of the risks you are taking, because your ability to speak freely is heavily leveraged against your insignificance. You're only allowed to speak if nobody listens to you. And if you get big and people start listening, they're going to come at you hard. And I think I'm not completely versed, but from what I understand, Elon's already suffering the lawfare tactics, which they're going to do. They're going to keep pulling out the hat to try and slow him down or
Oh, Andrew, let me interrupt before I forget.
Andrew. Yes, they want to limit freedom of speech, but they want to limit freedom of speech, but they also want to. But that's not how they control um, people. The real control lies in sin. Uh, Not in. Hold on a second, Katie. I'll send you. Hold on. Just bear with me, Katie. I'm just gonna add someone. To Hold on a second, Katie. Yeah, it's not in. You can give people freedom of speech, but and we do need freedom of speech. It is extremely important. We have to be able to tell the truth. But I would argue people are so uh, morally degenerate that even if they do have freedom of speech, they're just going to misuse it and use it for what's wrong, and that's the problem. That's the problem. So, thinks by thinks what Elon Musk is doing is actually amazing, uh, which it is, but that's not the real core of the real issue or the real problem. So, hold on a second. Hold on a second. There you go, KD. Yeah, so that's really not the real issue. It really isn't. Um, hold on, what's that son? The son sent me a message. Yo, you want pizza? No, bro. No pizza. Hold on, let me just send him a quick message. I'm all right, bro. Yeah. So, yeah, um, the real issue is not, what do you call it? The real issue is not um, freedom of speech. All right, you can you can get rid of freedom of speech. You can get you Elon Musk can come in and give us a platform where we can express ourselves freely, but it doesn't mean that we're going to use it to do good. All right, and I would argue it's because of how it's because people have abandoned religion, they have abandoned God, they have abandoned moral standards, they have abandoned all of these things, and they have embraced these new ideologies, these liberal Western ideologies. I call them religions, of course. I'm talking about feminism, secular humanism, atheism, evolution, all of these ideologies that the West pushes onto its own people. This is what people have embraced, and that has made them morally corrupt. That has turned them. That has made them morally corrupt. Um, and no way, this link is broken, bro. The link is not broken. Um, try again, bro. Yeah, but yeah, that has made them morally corrupt. And freedom of speech is absolutely meaningless when you have a morally corrupt nation, because they're just going to use this freedom of speech in order to spew nonsense. All right, um, and and uh, and this is how you get. I won't even bring up this point just yet, but let's continue with the reaction. No, the link is not broken. That's the main link, KD. Yeah, try again, bro. All right, let's go.
I don't give them any attention. The same law firm that came after me with these PR firms.
You've just dropped out, I think, Alex.
It's just dropped out.
Anyone else can? Yeah, I think he got a
It's-
call. Now you got a call. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
There is a 3-letter agency running this. Not all of them, but let's just say it starts with a C and it ends with an A. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's liberal NGOs which will sponsor agents of the Matrix. They'll sponsor females to end up in a house party and then lie to try and then put you in a Romanian jail cell and get you sitting with the cockroaches in a dungeon. And it's a very scary world where you get to a point where you're only trying to tell the truth, and they're going to punish you for that using endless lawfare. And this battle has only just begun. But the Matrix has truly cracked now, and it's going to be extremely hard to lie to us like they did before with X, the way it.
What is the truth? What is the truth, Andrew? What is the truth? That's a question. That's a question and a half right there. What is the truth? When I click the link, it says 404, nothing here. How, bro? That is the only link, bro. Um, that's the link. That is the link, right? Yeah, I mean, I'll send it through again, but that's the link, definitely, without a doubt. What is the truth, Andrew? You have to be careful when you say those type of things. What is the truth? What is the truth? Can anyone tell me what the truth is? Truth is that which closest corresponds to reality. That's what truth is. All right, guys. If you don't know what truth is that which closest corresponds to reality. But truth is not necessarily what is moral, and there's a big difference. Well, morality should reflect reality. Your moral should reflect reality. or should expose. For example, when I say that, what I mean is, for example, reality says that a man and a woman can produce children. If your religion teaches that a man and a woman produce children, then what your morality doing is reflecting reality, which is a truth, which is something moral, which is something good. Hold on a second. But reality can also mean that human beings commit murder. Hold on a second. 5, 4. Yeah, I'm gonna send it again, bro. It's definitely the link. I think I did, you know. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. Sorry. KD is scolding me. He's saying he's an IT manager. Look at me, bro. Right. Wrong link. And oh my god. This is what I'm saying, bro. I need to be a little bit more computer literate. I do apologize, KD. You are absolutely right. 100% right. Hold on a second, guys. I don't mean to keep you guys waiting. This has to be it. Try this one. Try this one. This has to be it. Yeah. So, guys, what is truth? Truth is that which closest corresponds to reality. All right. I can say homosexuality exists. That would be a statement of truth. That would definitely be a statement of truth. But is that, how do I say this? Hold on a second, guys. Yeah, that would be a statement of truth, wouldn't it? But is that good? It's a different question. Is that good? That's a whole different question. So, do we know what's good for society, even if we expose the truth? Well, one can surmise because they are not able to produce, therefore it's not good. So I guess, yeah, I guess. Yeah, try again. It says device not connected. KD, but yeah, try again. Yeah. Let me go ahead, guys. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm thinking out loud. I'm trying to puzzle these ideas, you know. But yeah, I just reckon that most people would misuse free speech. That's what they'll do. They'll misuse free speech, and not that we don't need free speech. We still need free speech. We still need to be able to to express our thoughts, so we can, you know, be able to change things, even if the majority is completely morally corrupt. But what is the truth? You know, what is good? What is bad? These are questions that we need to ask, because these are the questions that govern what a good society is and what a good society isn't. You know, I have to take these things seriously, guys. Hold on a second. We have to take these things seriously, guys. Hold on, guys. I'm coming back. Chill, relax. I am coming back. Yeah. Oh, look who's coming as well. Hassan. Hassan. What's going on, my brother? He brought pizza. This guy's gonna make me fat. Try again, bro. It still says device is not connected, but it will come through.
Are you doing your own
What's going on,
session?
bro?
Is it alive?
Yeah, we're live,
Is it
bro.
debate?
We're live, bro.
They can hear you. They can hear us.
Huh?
They can hear
You
us.
can hear me. I'm reacting to thingy.
Who is it?
I'm reacting to what's his name? To Elon Musk
Uh-huh.
and what's the other guy's name? Alex Jones.
Oh, the interview. I haven't seen it.
It's just only half an hour. I'm reacting to it. They seem to think they know what free everyone is happy about Elon Musk, what do you call it? Bringing him back, and they're calling it freedom of speech, basically. And huh?
You agree with it?
Yeah, but in what direction is this freedom of speech going?
Oh, the wrong direction.
We can have freedom of speech, but will people use it for what's good? Try again, KD. Will people use it for good? Will people use it to speak the truth? I guess it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, I've got a whole story for you on that one. Device is not connected. Katie, just keep trying. Yeah. But in what direction? Yes, we need freedom of speech, and it's only for freedom of speech, freedom of thought, that we can change things around, because we can express different ideas about what truth is. You see what I'm saying? So I'm in agreement with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm okay with that, but look, I was just thinking about it. Man. I'm trying to see if it makes sense. There's something about it that doesn't seem right to me, because when I look at society and I see how morally corrupt it is, it's just like people just use this freedom of speech to propagate what is bad and what is evil.
Yeah, it ends up in the same place.
Huh?
It just ends up
Yeah, exactly.
from being anti-Israel to pro-Israel.
Yeah, but the thing is, and this is what I'm trying to say about, and this is what my issue is. He thinks that by giving people freedom of speech, somehow we will crack the, you know, we will win over the globalists.
Mm-hmm.
But the globalists don't think like that. You see what I'm saying? He thinks that the mechanism is because there's more of us. Try again, says device is not connected. Katie, it's I don't think he understands how the globalists or what the mechanism that they use in order to control people. And he thinks it's as simple as having a platform that allows people to basically say anything they want to. You see what I'm saying? And the globalists don't do that. I would actually argue is how the globalists are able to control the masses ain't got nothing to do with whether they give you free speech or not. It's a spiritual engineering process, and one that involves you becoming morally corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they manage to control the masses, and that's how they've managed to control the masses here in the West. And this is what he doesn't seem to understand.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. No, Andrew Tate, because he came out here very confidently speaking. You know how Andrew Tate speaks. All right, let's listen more.
It currently is. And I think it came at exactly the right time. I almost, without trying to sound pessimistic, there was a point where I kind of felt like I was losing hope. You couldn't tell the truth about anything. Everything was a lie. Everything from head to toe was a lie. And they're trying to lock us all back in our houses again. And we can finally talk about it. It's truly heroic. And Elon's taking massive risk. And the respect I have for him for doing that is enormous.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what happened. I'm going to shut up. So I want to hear from Elon. But this is so historic.
You know,
Elon Musk's courage, and it's true, I'm saying, has broken the back of the globalists. They'll never be able to turn this around again unless they have a nuclear war. Elon Musk has broken their back.
Do you reckon that's true?
Yeah. Well, I guess some people are afraid to die, but I am not.
You see what he said?
And you know what? It's kind of.
I guess some people are afraid to die, but I'm not. And it's important to have that mindset. That's Katie. it's important to have that mindset. What's going on, Katie? You all right? Yeah. It's important to have that mindset if you're really going to spread the truth out there. Are you willing to die?
No.
Sake. What's wrong with you, Hassan?
It's the truth.
You're not willing to die for the truth?
Not really.
What about you, KD? Are you willing to die for the truth?
How you guys doing though?
Hmm?
How you guys doing though?
I'm alive. Hassan lost the debate yesterday. He's here. He's apologized a few times for even attempting to have the debate.
I bought you pizza just to.
He brought me donuts yesterday and pizza to say thank
I
you.
bought you donuts to get your glucose up ready for the fight. And I gave you peanuts to, pizza to get your carbs up there.
Are you ready to die for the truth, bro?
At this stage, I'll be honest, probably not. That requires like a different level.
Don't tell me you're that selfish, KD.
No, I wouldn't die selfish.
No. If you're not willing to die for the truth, that's a selfish act. Right?
What do you mean?
If we are not willing to die for the truth, for what is right, then that's a selfish act. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Would you agree?
But I'll tell you one story. Hassan, he will know. But Khalid bin Walid, the warrior.
Who?
Khalid bin Walid, the early Islamic warrior.
Oh, he's an Islamic warrior. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So like my mindset changed. Like I was hearing like he was facing like 60,000 Romans, and he was basically just ready to die because he didn't care if there was 60,000 Romans. So after I heard that, I was like, okay, some people are just have so much faith in them. So that sort of changed my mindset.
Yeah, like Hassan, if you saw 60,000 Romans,
Yeah, it was the Romans.
There'll be
The narration or something. Yeah.
wouldn't you be ready to die?
There'll be 60,000 on one. Get this Christian.
I believe in Christianity, so I'm ready to die for what I believe in. If someone says, deny Christ right now, and I'll spare your life, I'll say no. You can kill me. I don't care. But I'll never ever deny Christ. But this is what I'm trying to say. If you want things to change, you have to be prepared to die. Wouldn't you agree with that?
If you want things to change, I guess so.
Huh?
But Elon Musk is talking he's just talking for the sake of talking.
What do you mean?
This guy's not about. He's just a celebrity. That's what he's just enjoying the fame.
He's achieved quite a lot. I mean, he's using his money for to good. He's putting his money to good use. Wouldn't you agree?
To good use? Not really.
Or giving us a platform for where we can.
It was already there.
No. But it was highly
quite leftist. Yeah.
It was quite leftist.
Very leftist. Now it's quite right. So left and right are the same wings anyway. So it's meant to be pretty neutral.
Yeah.
He's not as smart as people think he is, and he's nowhere near as good as people think he is.
Yeah, but you have to.
He's one person.
You have to kind of like say why
he
that
went
is.
to Israel.
He
went to Israel.
All right.
The tour of Israel, see what the Hamas fighters did on October 7th. Didn't have even look at what the Israeli IDF is doing currently.
Okay.
So he's pro-Israel. He's already made his stance on a conflict that's ongoing, which is not correct.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came back and he said, "Well, you have to think of it this way: there are 1.8 billion Muslims and there are only 14 million or 12 million Jews." Repeating the same rhetoric that is spread by Western media. First of all, it's not Muslims versus Jews. You see a lot of Israel's allies are Middle Eastern and they're Muslims. Jordan's Muslim, Egypt's Muslims, UAE is Muslim. There's a lot of Muslims around the world. Whether it be right or wrong, I'm not making a judgment. I'm not here to make this kind of judgment. Well, I'm not making this kind of judgments. Although I am to a certain extent. I'm suggesting it's not as bad as people try to make it out to be.
Yeah.
There is no right or wrong.
So you don't like his support for Israel?
I don't like. Not that I like it or dislike it, but clearly if you're saying the same words of cowards, then you're not as brave as you think you are. He's a celebrity. He likes the fame. He likes the attention. He likes the entertainment. Freedom of speech is the. What has changed about Twitter? Oh, Alex Jones is back. Andrew Tate is back. A few people are banned who were generally meaningless anyway. These are meaningless people. Alex Jones is meaningless generally.
Well,
Now,
Alex Jones in
old
Wars.
old Alex Jones, yes, but then they got rid of him. Fair enough. Now he's back, and now he's more. He's gonna be tone it down. So it's just gonna be another pill promoting it. He's not picking. This is a guy for decades. Says the Israeli government. They cause 9/11. There are shady governments in power. This, that, and that. Now he's saying he's pro-Israel. He was meant to be the guy who went and exposed child sacrifice and whatever it is. And
Yeah, I saw that video.
All that sort of stuff in the political elite. And now there's literal children dying in Palestine. There are children dying everywhere across the world.
Of course, yeah.
But it's very simple. Can you say that Israel bombing innocent civilians is incorrect?
Yeah. If you're bombing innocent civilians, it's incorrect. Yeah.
There we go. That's not that hard. But Alex Jones can't say that.
Is there a reason why?
Because I guess he needs. Well, in my opinion, he's been divorced. He's got a great lawsuit. He's got a serious $1.1 billion lawsuit waiting for him. He's had to declare bankruptcy just to escape it. His identity and his platform cannot survive without people like X and the mainstream media. If you were anti-mainstream media, which is what X is, and you're now gladly crying for, oh, I'm happy to be back on mainstream media, and you're saying what everybody else is saying, you're not somebody worth hearing. It's really more about you than it is about the people. That's one. Two, Elon Musk said, I wouldn't let somebody on the platform that makes the lies about people's kids dying. You can see clips on YouTube of Alex Jones saying Sandy Hook this is Sandy Hook where the kids were murdered in a gun shooting.
Yeah.
He'll literally see him saying they're all actors. And now I can only imagine what difficulties those parents are going through, seeing this guy becoming more famous and saying, I never did that, it's out of context. When you can see video clips online on Twitter, on the actual platform saying Sandy Hook was fake, these parents are actors. Well, I don't know if he said these parents are actors, but he definitely said Sandy Hook was fake and it's a false flag. Like, why comment? What you can only comment on history with evidence, with people on the inside of CIA organizations, or political groups exposing this inside operation. The only reason we know about 9/11 is a lot of people leaked information. Nobody leaked information about Sandy. Nobody said that, as far as I'm aware. Right. So this guy has a meaningless voice. And this guy's Elon Musk desires attention more than he desires anything else. What does he get out of attention? Funding. Now, I'm not saying he's doing it for funding and for more money, but I think he's just dumb, and I think he's.
But don't you think he has the right to express his opinion?
Oh, of course, yes.
Even if you
express his
dislike
opinion
it.
on X, buy X. Express your opinion on X, buy X, do what you want with it. That's perfect. Have on whoever you want to have on, take off whoever you want to take
Exactly,
off.
yeah.
So, but I get for the whole, I'm ready to die for freedom, and this is about freedom of speech, and if you want to get rid of, you can all F off if you don't want to support the platform. Bro, you're a buffoon, man. Just relax. You're no one special. You're just you're just a guy who's really good at getting finance. He didn't invent Tesla. He didn't invent the company. The company was there before he started. He just.
What you talking about, Elon Musk?
Elon Musk, yes.
Yeah.
He didn't create the company. He got funding for the company, and the company was already right. That's one. SpaceX got funding for that as well. The ideas for SpaceX aren't revolutionary. These ideas have already been around since the 1980s.
Yeah.
Like satellite internet for the whole world and what have you. What else is there? Starlink. So the Starlink, which is SpaceX. A variety of things. He's just a good money manager.
Okay, so do you think he's using his money for good?
I think he's not for good or bad. Just pretty much neutral.
Katie, what do you think? Do you think he's using his money for good?
Who, Elon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but do you guys know that he's planning to go to Mars?
Yeah. He says it on this.
Yeah.
Video.
Yes.
Planning to go to
So
Mars.
I think that he's just kind of bored of this planet, so he just wants to go out and explore Mars. So maybe, I don't think he's using his wealth good.
You don't? Okay.
No.
What do I think? I think freedom of speech is very important. Without freedom of speech, everyone will only think in one way. I think if you can create a platform that allows people to express themselves, and I think that's important. Otherwise, some voices in society will be silenced, and I don't agree with that. There's loads of people that say loads of things that I disagree with, but I would never ever want a society where they couldn't say it, because I reckon when you create that type of society, that's when how do I say this? That's when you get tyrants. That's when loads of people get murdered. That's when you get your Stalins. That's when you get your Maos, your Pol Pots. That's when you get all of these type of people. So it's important to have a society where it's tolerant of other people's ideas or thoughts without fear of being killed, cancelled, harassed, and all of that type of stuff.
So any ideas?
Any ideas?
So you.
So what?
Sorry.
So what if someone wrote a bad message to you, like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you" and everything? Is that freedom of speech?
No, that's a threat. That's a threat to kill someone.
Exactly, but then they will say it's freedom of speech.
But that's not freedom of speech. That's someone threatening to kill you. Words have meanings. If someone says, "I can't believe Hassan said this, I'm going to," and then I start sending them messages, that's no longer freedom of speech. That's I'm trying to hurt that
Oh,
person.
of course, but they will say it. They will disguise it under freedom of speech. That's what they will do.
I think they have clauses intent to cause harm, and I think there are clauses within freedom of speech. Intent to cause harm to an individual or
Yeah.
group of individuals.
We have to be clear what freedom of speech is. For example, you brought up the what's his name? Alex Jones, right?
Mhm.
And the
Sandy Hook.
The Sandy Hook.
Yes, that causes people harm, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, as appalling as people might think his opinion is of what happened about Sandy Hook, you still have to allow him to express that opinion. Just like when they were trying to make us believe that 9/11 was not an inside job.
What if the
right?
parents were harmed?
Look, imagine someone said 9/11 was an inside job, and then everyone that says that cancel them. It's like, what kind of society are we building here?
If you bring evidence that it's just inside job,
Yeah,
fair enough.
no. But the thing is, even if I don't bring evidence, even if that's just my opinion, let's say I looked at something that happened, and I'm like,
you don't believe it.
I don't really believe
No,
it.
you'd have to back it up.
Yeah.
No, it's fine, because once you enter the public sphere where people have conversations like on social media, yes, you can there you will be questioned, there you will be asked to. So I go on Twitter and I make that statement, right?
Yeah.
9/11 didn't happen. Then Hassan comes on the prove it didn't. Prove it was those it was Bin Laden that did it. Now I have to provide evidence.
That's
you see what I'm saying?
assuming too much of people, though.
Yeah, no.
Sandy Hook.
No.
He said it was an inside job.
Yeah.
People just believed him.
Yeah,
They
but
went to the houses of people whose parents were the dead children's parents.
Yeah.
Children's parents' houses and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of people don't wait for evidence. For example,
Mhm.
you can't go to the cinema in the middle of the cinema and while the movie's going and shout fire. Fire. There's a fire.
Yeah.
Everybody get out, there's a fire.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to, excuse me, at what temperature was the room before you entered and what temperature is the room? People just run. So there are clauses to freedom of speech.
Would you agree that can be that can apply to anything?
No. But in cases of Twitter, it does apply.
Mhm.
Where you have a mass audience that can be evilly influenced without evidence.
Do you know that's the same argument that they're using to?
So you have the right to shout fire in the middle of the
Hold
cinema.
on a second. I don't think you should do that.
But you should have the right.
You should have the right. But I don't think
And
you
there are
should.
no consequences.
No. I think that the person who shouts fire should be taken to police and face consequences.
If there's no fire.
If there is no fire, absolutely.
So shouldn't he face consequences
Like,
for being banned?
No. For example, when I say as a Christian, homosexuality is not natural. Should I be cancelled?
No, you should bring evidence. People argue against you if you're doing it in public.
Exactly, but that's what's happening now. For example, Christian preachers.
He said Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
Is false.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
brought no evidence.
Okay.
The consequences are you're bad.
Okay.
Of X.
Yeah.
Elon Musk brings him back.
Okay.
He's wrong for doing that. There's no freedom. He's violated his freedom of speech. There's freedom in civil society,
Mhm.
and then I don't know what the opposition is, whatever. But there's having freedom is limited when you abuse that freedom.
No, I think that he has every right for saying that, and
For saying it, yeah.
and if anyone tries to hurt, tries to use his opinion to hurt someone else,
Mhm.
or hurt victims of that of what happened,
Mhm.
then the police needs to get involved.
The court,
Hold on, the police needs to get involved,
the court.
and arrest those people that are threatening those.
Is he not liable though?
Is he not liable?
Yeah.
No, he's allowed to have his opinion.
So the court said he was liable.
Okay.
The judges said he was liable.
Fine.
He
They
owes
said
1.1 billion for instigating this
Did you
situation.
say billion?
1.1 billion.
Oh my days! Has he paid that?
No, he had to just declare bankruptcy. He got that kind
So
of
he doesn't
money.
have the money.
Yeah.
I personally reckon he should be allowed to say his opinion. I think it's very responsible when society promotes LGBTQ. I think it's very
irresponsible.
I think it's very responsible. I think is damaging. I think it's damaging when schools teach sexualizes kids and thing. But guess what? Guess what?
What?
They're allowed to do it. So if they're allowed to do it,
yeah.
He should be able to also turn around and say, "Look, listen, mate. This is my opinion."
Sandy Hook was fake.
Yes, and he should be allowed to say that.
Yes.
Because there's loads of things.
That's fine.
Hold on.
Again, you're missing the context.
Yeah.
Sorry to argue against.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just kept dropping for pizza. I'm sorry.
No, bro. You might as well give your opinion on this as well.
I'll leave in 2 minutes because I was just a question first. Sorry, guys. I wasn't even meant to be here. But it's you say something
that
has an influence over the public,
that
misleads them and misguides a few, and you lean into it, judging by the court's decision. You are then liable. Then you face consequences. Then your freedom of speech should be revoked. You are untrustworthy. Your credibility has diminished. So Elon Musk bringing him back is just clearly an indication of expression of his self-absorbed, irresponsible, inconsistent behavior, right? To not take into consideration how this person is not going to affect society, right? At some point, sooner or later, how that affects freedom of speech, because it pretty much devalues freedom of speech as a collective, meaning that when somebody says something it's meaningless that can affect others negatively, right, and not be truth, because the whole point of freedom of speech is truth finally prevails. Lies cannot suppress the truth. That's what the freedom of speech is. It's not. It can't be free. It can't be a case of I want to talk for the sake of talking.
That's freedom of speech.
That's not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is specifically when the powers that be, like a tyrant, says you cannot speak the truth because it goes against me and my interests. Now, freedom of speech means everybody. So when that's the whole point of freedom of speech. It's a component of democracy that allows the people to have a say who's in power. So they're not, because then it's just meaningless.
No, freedom of speech means I can say whatever I want.
But it only means something when somebody of importance or influence tries to take over or take influence or take advantage of the collective, right?
No.
That's how it is.
What do you think, KD?
That's why would someone threaten your life if your freedom of speech isn't a threat to power?
Why would someone threaten my life?
Yeah.
Because they think I'm ugly.
Enjoy your pizza.
No, because they don't like me. It could be anything. Because I had an opinion on a certain situation.
This is the problem with the whole concept of freedom of speech. It's a specific tool for a specific purpose. You can't just say, I like bangers and mash or whatever it is more than pizza. Nobody cares. That's meaningless. Congratulations.
But that's freedom of speech.
That's not freedom. Freedom of speech is you are killing our people because they don't agree with one particular policy. And you're doing it this way, and you're doing it that way.
Let me explain.
And when Alex Jones took advantage of his position, of his freedom of speech, and he betrayed that trust of the public, went to court, found to be guilty, found to be liable, owes X amount of damages to people.
Let me explain why. Yeah, let me explain why. Let me explain why you're necessarily wrong on this one. Yeah, because of the cancel culture, freedom of speech has become anything could be considered hateful these days.
Yeah,
I say I don't agree with same-sex relationships. That has become hateful. So this is why freedom of speech it should be about saying anything, anything that you disagree with, you should be able to say, because even things like, because if you keep restricting freedom of speech, right, what will end up happening is the collective, okay, will drown the voices of everyone else that they disagree with.
That's
all right?
fine. What's the problem with that?
No, that's what happened. That's what happened to Twitter before Elon Musk took over.
That's fine.
You
It's
see what I'm
just an
saying?
app. It's just an
No,
app.
no. But then it becomes like a communist society.
But it's just an app. It's a private corporation.
Huh?
It's a private corporation. They
It's-
can do that. They can
it-
say you cannot say this or you'll be fine.
Absolutely, they can say that. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, what we are talking about is Elon Musk becoming, in a sense, bringing back freedom of speech. And what I was trying to argue against your point is that freedom of speech. You said freedom of speech you shouldn't be allowed to say, bangers in my, because it doesn't really matter.
You can say it.
Yeah, you can say
That's
it,
not-
but that's
it's not what freedom. It's not really the power of freedom of
the
speech.
purpose of freedom of speech,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And I'm saying the purpose of freedom of speech is exactly saying that dumb stuff. The reason why
Go ahead.
is because if you keep restricting freedom of speech, eventually, because of how people are, eventually, let's say certain groups in society, like the left, will make sure that even any criticism against their way of thinking is wrong. So me saying, look at how society has moved towards. It has moved towards
I'll
you
give you a
say.
perfect example.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
It has moved towards us turning around and saying, a person turning around and saying, I disagree with homosexuality. That is now considered hateful, hate speech, and all of that. Everything.
Yeah.
One day, bangers and match will also be hate speech.
I see.
Same thing as when you say men and women are not equal. I was just messaging a girl like 2-3 hours ago, and she got mad because I said we're not equal. So that's considered hate speech now.
Yeah, that's considered. Yeah, men. Thank you, Katie, for that. Me saying men and women are not equal.
It doesn't start off. You're turning. Sorry,
Uh,
I've got one point that I want to say.
I'm right, bro.
I've got one. That's one point that might agree with you, right? Or might support your argument, right? Jordan Peterson. He's famous simply because he doesn't believe in a new bill. The bill says that giving people the incorrect pronouns is a criminal offense.
Yeah.
Meaning a man says I'm she, you
Mhm.
must refer to her as she, and it's a criminal offense if you don't.
Yeah.
That was the bill they tried to put in place. He said no, you can arrest me for this. I don't care. I'm protesting.
Thank
against
you.
this." That's fine.
Yeah.
That's where freedom of speech actually counts. I'm with you. It's important. But to say that it starts off with bangers and mash and some guy, some celebrity wannabe celebrity who went into 44 billion worth of debt to buy a useless app to make it profitable by bringing in shock jocks like Alex Jones, who has no credibility, unfortunately. The Alex Jones that you and I may have supported in the past is because I used to watch him many years ago.
Me too.
Yeah, that guy is not the same guy that he is now.
So you don't think he should be allowed to?
I think he should. I think it's fine. Have him on, no problem. Great, creates more of a greater discussion. No problem. But has no real greater effect on freedom
If you
of speech,
control
because it's not-
society, would
it's
you
just-
stop
it's-
him?
It's
I'm happy he's on.
would I stop Elon Musk from allowing Alex Jones back onto the platform?
Let's say you had the power.
If I own, do I control the world or do I control X?
Control X.
I let him on.
You let him on?
I'd have a meeting with my board.
You wouldn't let him on?
I would consider
You wouldn't let him.
51%.
You wouldn't let him speak.
51% on.
You wouldn't let him give his opinion.
I just told you.
You would let him on.
51% likely.
So you would let him on.
Yeah. Unless I was told, hey, this is clear evidence, you shouldn't let him on because he said some crazy thing that,
Yeah.
and he's really.
But what if you
But
could?
based on what I've seen so far, I would let him back on.
What if you could turn around and say, what if it was your
There
decision?
is no greater rule. There is no moral quandary I have to worry about for letting him back on. Generally, it's a meaningless.
I didn't think Elon would let him back on because he said that his son died and
That's
he said
originally.
he couldn't.
He said, "My son died in my arms," and
That tweet.
I have no respect for somebody who profits from the death
Yeah.
of children. It's
Yeah, I
talking
thought it
about.
was over. I thought he was never getting back on.
I thought he's never getting back on as well.
But you
then-
would let him on.
But it turns out it wasn't in the arms.
But you would let him on.
Would I let him on?
Yeah.
If I was Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would let him on.
You would let him on.
Yeah.
Because you believe in freedom of speech.
No.
Shout out to the bro.
Do you want to know why I would let him on?
Huh?
Do you want to know why I'd let him on? Yes. You want to know why I'd let him on?
So you wouldn't let him speak?
I would let him on. Yes.
You don't like his opinion that much
I
that
just
you
said-
would completely have him cancelled.
I think someone's trying to express my freedom of speech here. I'm agreeing
I'm
with
just
you.
asking.
I'm agreeing with you. I would let him back on.
What's that? But you keep making these.
Because it's not a major
Provisions.
thing. I would let him back on simply because I have a $44 billion in debt trying to manage this stupid app that's not making money, it's not profitable. Having him back on and making more right wings, because I don't know why Elon Musk even got himself in this situation. It's just an app. It's a worthless app as well, turns out. Letting him back on is good for business. It has no. You like it?
I like the app.
We don't like that.
What's wrong with the app?
It's not profitable.
Have you got something against the app?
No, it's just useless. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong, but it's not profitable.
What's wrong with the
It's
app?
basically a website with a.
I like the app.
It's not that impressive. I would let him on simply for the money, but in reality, there's no moral quandary. Letting Alex.
Let's say he had all the money in the world.
No, I wouldn't let him back on.
You wouldn't let him back.
Nah, get out.
So morally speaking, you wouldn't let him on.
Not morally, just for business. Why? I don't need to let.
No,
him.
no, okay. Let's say you had all the world, you were not in there, blah
Yeah.
blah blah. You wouldn't let him on.
No, I wouldn't let him on.
You wouldn't let him on.
No.
You're that against his opinion that you wouldn't let him speak his own opinion.
I think he lacks
Have his own
integrity.
opinion.
He lacks integrity. If he didn't, if they failed in court and said, you know what, Alex Jones, you're not guilty. I went back on, but you know what?
Would you let Elon on?
Of course, who's Elon? He's
Who
fine.
else wouldn't you let on?
I let on a lot of people.
Everyone that you disagree
Not the
with.
Taliban on X. though.
Taliban on there, yeah.
Everyone
would
on
you-
everybody's on X.
Yeah,
Anybody can go on X. So
yeah. So exactly.
It's a
So
cesspool, to be honest with you.
It's a cesspool.
Even a prisoner.
okay. Let's carry on with the reaction.
my
quickly.
apologies for being late. I'm always on time. You know,
On that note, guys,
I got it
okay.
smacked into me to always be on time.
Another 15 minutes, bro.
Alright.
Yeah, just hold on a second, bro. We're gonna carry on with the thing.
Crazy because I was talking to someone the other day and I was explaining. They were asking about my seizure, how they took all my houses, all my money, all my cars, blah blah. And I said, you never truly own anything on this earth anyway. You can have a piece of paper that says you own it, but if you piss off the government structures, they just get a judge to stamp a different piece of paper and you no longer own it. The only thing you own is your soul and your integrity. And this is the one thing they cannot take away from you, no matter what they do to you. And that is the best feeling on earth. It doesn't matter if you can sell your soul to the devil and repeat what they want you to say, but then you truly own nothing. And
Yeah,
I think
I
that as history books look back on this pivotal moment when X was finally freed and the information of the world could finally be spoken freely, I really do believe we're on the right side of history. And if you were to ask me if there's anything worth dying for, it would be for the freedom of humanity and to be on the right side of history. So I agree with you absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just generally in favor of civilization and the furtherance of civilization, and I think we should always be concerned that we can regress as a civilization. And if you study history, you just see the arc of one civilization after another as the civilizations rise and fall through history. We've been in a period of civilization rising very rapidly, but we should be concerned that we may be cresting, we may subside, and there are many times where I get late stage civilization vibes, and I'm just worried that maybe we're cresting as a civilization and perhaps headed for a fall. So yeah.
Well, I agree with you because
Do you guys think by restricting freedom of speech, you are destroying civilization?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
What about you, Katie?
I'm not sure actually. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
No.
It can go either way, in my honest opinion.
Yeah. What are the
can
most
go
successful civilizations? The ones that restrict freedom of speech or the ones that don't?
Well, in my opinion, there's no really such thing as freedom of speech because words, some words you can't really say. You're not gonna go up to you're not gonna speak to a grandma like, oh, in a disgusting tone, or you're not gonna speak to
Guys,
your.
I'm gonna have to pause it for a while. Yeah, just bear with me for a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pause it for a while. Just bear with me for a moment. All right, just got a bit of an emergency here happening. Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
All right.
Yes, no problem.
Yo, and I am back. Can you guys hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Bit of an emergency here. Um, yeah. Do you think a society can survive without free speech? You think that you both said no, right? You both said yes, they can.
Actually, yeah, it can.
You reckon?
Yes, I can.
Because there's societies in the world that don't have free speech and they're surviving.
Don't those civilizations usually collapse? Doesn't everyone want to come to the West?
But the West is also collapsing.
The West?
The West is collapsing.
That's interesting. Yes. Uh, the West is also collapsing. But isn't the West collapsing because free
Yes.
speech is being restricted?
Yes.
Yes.
So would you agree that free speech is a component of is one of the main reasons why civilizations survive?
When you put it that way, yeah, then I would say so. But
Yes.
then,
But civilization can also survive. They have a good monarchy who also has an assembly, ministers that actually do their job and take
Okay,
advice from the population.
I mean, there's many like there's many ways a society can survive, but will it stand the test of time? Um, there's a few things that I think a society must have in order for it to actually, last or not collapse.
yes, so Gordon, so what would your ideal society be?
Hmm?
What would your ideal society be?
Yeah, Hassan, we are back on. Feel free to join. My ideal society, it would be
Yeah,
one
what
where,
would your
it would be one where freedom of speech was it would be a capitalist. Okay, it will be a Christian society, really, but it will be a capitalist society that allows freedom of speech and that okay, how do I say this? Allows freedom of speech and does not discriminate against um, different belief systems. So, for example, when you look at the West, you can see that the West is biased towards what do you call it? The West is biased towards
LGBTV.
no. They bias towards any ideology that goes against
God.
feminism. Yeah, they bias towards any ideology that goes against feminism, that goes against
Yes.
liberalism, that goes against atheism, that goes
Wokeism.
against wokeism, basically. So if you look at that, what I would do in my perfect society is I would make sure that there is no bias at all. Everyone is truly allowed to practice what they believe in, and they are truly allowed to, express themselves. So yeah, I
I
wouldn't do that.
agree actually.
And the
I agree with
truth,
this. So,
yeah, the truth. I'm not because right now I know the West claims to be secular, but what it is what in truth is, it's really not. It's not secular at all because it really doesn't give people freedom of choice. It has one narrative, it has an agenda, and it's pushing that agenda under the pretense, under the guise of
And the
secularism,
guys, yeah.
under the guise of secularism. So, but then again, the question could be: can a truly secular society exist when you have human beings? Because human beings, of course, are flawed,
no.
uh, and we are sinful. So,
And
wouldn't we be biased?
yes, humans are biased. This is fact.
Exactly. All humans are
Even
biased,
within
right?
the same tribe, it exists, or the
Yeah.
same country, or same, I don't know, region, it exists.
Yeah, so basically, we would have to create a system that basically goes against any type of bias, right? Uh,
Yes.
and you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Or eliminate as much
Yes.
bias as possible.
Eliminate as much bias as possible. That's right. Yeah.
Because you're never going to get away, take bias away. For example, like you're going to be biased towards your own mother and your wife, aren't you? Because they might do wrong, but you're still going to be biased towards them because they're they're your mother and your wife.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So, yeah, exactly. You have to create a system where you can eliminate as much biases as possible.
You've seen those killers, those men who commit murder, and the mothers. I think the mothers just be like yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. Have you seen those
Be
instances?
wilding.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good example. Like,
Yes. Jack the
okay,
Ripper, bro.
guys,
Jack
hold
the
on a
Ripper
second,
be like,
guys. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. Hold on a second. Yeah,
yes.
just talk amongst yourselves.
KD, you've heard of
Yeah.
Jack the Ripper, right? He's basically
Oh, of
just a
course, and
byproduct of his mother
I've
being
been to I've been to his area, Whitechapel, East London.
yes. Bro lived a sad life, and then he
I know,
made
but
people's life sad.
I think he mostly killed women, right? Or was it a few men?
Yes.
I think it was women,
Prostitutes.
prostitutes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I
like
think
he,
his
I,
mother was
the,
prostitute. And then his mother
yeah, he
treated
was.
him like rubbish. Not like discipline, but like basically abuse, bro. Like people now they see like getting a little slap is abuse. But bro got abused.
Yeah,
Jack the
yeah,
Ripper got abused. Like mentally and physically. Like not like discipline. Bro got like done dirty by his own mother and his dad, bro.
all right. So I didn't know that. Like,
And his
I
father.
don't know the whole thing. I thought I did. We learned it in school.
His mother and his father. Yes, his childhood. Well, no one knows about his childhood, but like it's a probability.
Oh no, no. Wait. Yeah, it's like shrouded in mystery, so we don't really know
Exactly.
because his identity
But I'm
wasn't
saying
really
that like
found out.
the place he grew up was likely like one of those people in the place he grew up were him basically.
Yeah, it was in Whitechapel. Yeah. So like I said, but
Yes,
he also possessed like a surgeon, like a serial, like a surgeon, because he used to cut up those ladies' bodies. Oh my god, like it's very gruesome. Like I can't even
bro
describe
took
it.
out
It's
the
like
intestines, bro.
yeah, and he took out those female sexual organs too.
So bro must have really just disliked prostitutes. Well, I'm not surprised because where he grew up, they would have been those people around. So
This is
think
Victorian
about it.
London.
Exactly. Victoria, London, and where he grew up
Yeah,
is
yeah,
so like there's a high probability his mother and his father did him like dirty. As it's like think about it. Any kid,
we don't know for certain though. That's
any
the
like
thing. Like,
that's true.
like,
However,
like the full details. Yeah.
however, he could have still had an auntie or some relative who did that. If we think about it, because it was like a brothel um place.
Yeah, London back then was like filthy.
Exactly. So you would have been like, think about it like this: people who are hurt, if they don't have the forgiveness, they're gonna hurt other people, even their own. This is like a fact.
Yeah, I sort of agree. Yeah.
So I'm like, it doesn't even have to be him. It could be his friend,
Yes,
or
guys.
like
What are we talking about?
Jack the Ripper,
Jack.
My days, you
and
guys
his
went
like
completely off
childhood
topic.
where he grew up.
What about Jack the Ripper?
Like the way he grew up was like messed up. The place,
The way he grew up was messed up.
yes.
This guy. Yeah. Yeah. In regards to the topic, guys. So, what do you think? Hold on. Hassan said Nick is a Nazi, so hopefully not. Oh my days! It's talking about Nick Fuentes. Actually, Nick being back on would sync the app, so maybe it's not such a bad idea. Oh,
Where is it?
God.
Nick Fuentes? His name is Mexican, Spanish name.
Is there a link for this video? Hold on. Yeah, there's a link. Just look up the chat. The chat. And you'll see the link. Oh, shout outs to
Wasn't
Project
he?
Video Pod. Should Elon Musk bring Nick Fuentes back to the X platform? My opinion, bring back Nick. My opinion as well is to bring back Nick. I think it's silly to stop people from having a voice. I don't think it will benefit us in the long run. We need to bring back Nick ASAP. We need to bring back every voice that people disagree with. Of course, I'm not against anyone inciting violence towards anyone. Inciting violence and having the freedom to speak freely are two different things. And if people don't have that freedom, then there's no telling what else can be restricted. There's no telling what else can be, not allowed. It's a dangerous path when we start restricting freedom of speech. It's a dangerous path to go on. Hassan, can't you see the link?
Wasn't he just with you? I thought he was in the same room as you.
Oh, Hassan, nah, he's left.
Yeah. Oh, he left.
Yeah. He's left. Hold on, Hassan. Let me just put the link in there so that he can join in. As you guys know, I'm not computer literate.
You grew up before. Wait, you grew up before. No, yeah, you grew up before phones and social media, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did. Yes, I did, bro.
Like
I was,
Andrew Tate.
I was lucky.
Duh.
I was one of the lucky
I
ones.
agree with that. I agree 110%.
KD grew up with a laptop in his hand.
No, I'm 23. I was born in 2000, so I grew up like in the tail end. So,
Bro's
You
older
grew up
than
with
me.
what?
huh?
You grew up with what?
I grew up in like the tail end, like towards the end of the, what do you call it? Just before, like, I was a kid basically just before like the smartphone era. Because I was
No,
born in 2000.
hold on a second. Yeah. There's the link there. Guys. If you want to join in. Yeah. What's it? Project VO Pod, bro. If you wanna jump in as well. Let's have a quick
I don't like
discussion.
the idea of restricting Nick Fuentes, but I still don't agree with him because what he's saying is hypocritical. Like me, if I want to marry someone, whatever majority I marry into, my kid is gonna look like the majority.
This guy. It's okay. It's okay to disagree with people. It's okay to challenge people's ideas.
I'm not gonna like execute them or like just delete him off Twitter. That's like too far, in my honest, humble opinion. Just like banning people for that, you know? It's like, come
Okay.
on.
Yeah, but
Like if you truly believe in what you believe in, or you know, there's no point banning them. It's like, what this, what this.
Yo,
Well, unfortunately, some people can't take criticism.
yeah, some people can't take criticism. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Debra OG1, because I think this only allows 4 people. Can you jump out so that Project VO Pod can jump in?
For sure, yes.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Yeah. Jump in, guys, jump in. There's Hassan there.
Hello,
Is that you, Hassan?
that's me. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hassan is the guy that believes in communism, by the way. Yeah. So I definitely reckon we need to bring people like what's his name, Alex Jones, people like Nick Fuentes, because it's important to have different perspectives. It's important to have different ideas, different ways of looking at things. It's very important to have that. And if we don't have that, we're gonna descend into chaos. I'm telling you that now. No, Project VO Pod, it doesn't matter. Just click on the link and it will allow you in.
Yeah, it's a simple step-by-step guide. It's easy.
Yeah, this is a very important topic. I'm telling you.
It'd be nice to hear you two talk about it. But unfortunately, you're both supporters of Nick, which is weird.
Huh?
You both support Nick Fuentes. Is a crazy opinion.
No, I think we both support freedom of speech.
Yeah, but it's unnecessary, man. I mean, look how low Elon has become now. He's on the same group chat as Andrew Tate, clown. It's clearly about attention. That's Elon Musk's superpower. Attention for attention's sake. Well, funding.
Attention for attention's sake.
Yeah, man.
I disagree. I think it's. I mean, what his motives are, it's neither here nor there.
Okay.
We can never be absolutely clear about people's motives or intentions and so on and so forth. But
Okay.
what we can, what I do respect,
Yeah.
about what he's doing is the fact that he has allowed people that society has literally marginalized, has literally cancelled, because they don't like their opinion. He has allowed them back onto a platform and given them a voice.
So people like Andrew Tate and Alex Jones, people who lack credibility, horrible personal lives. These people are the ones that should be amplified just because we agree with their opinion.
No. Imagine if society tomorrow turned around and said, look, you guys are not allowed. Yeah. Imagine if this happened, by the way. You guys are not allowed to say free Palestine.
Yeah.
Okay. It can become that silly.
It has on Elon Musk's platform. Free from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is considered hate speech on X, and you'll be blocked immediately. That's what he said.
He said what?
If you tweet from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, you will be kicked off the platform immediately.
Yeah, you see that I don't agree with.
That's what I'm telling you, bro.
I don't agree with because it's restricting freedom of speech again.
Yes.
No. But hold on. From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
Hold on a second. Hold on. From the river to the sea is inciting violence against a particular race.
Really?
Isn't that the idea? Isn't that?
Isn't the idea that we shouldn't be our freedom should be restricted by a person's false interpretation?
Say that again, Hassan.
Isn't freedom of speech that our freedom of speech shouldn't be restricted by a person's false interpretation? Because one could say you calling me she instead of he is a hate crime.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
if the person who's at the consequence of freedom of speech defines all of what freedom of speech is, then doesn't that mean that there is no freedom of speech?
No. Well, the interpretation from the river to the sea. Well, he would have to. I'm sure, unless there's different interpretations there, he would have to. You would have to be clear about what the correct interpretation is. And I mean, even I thought from the river to the sea just means killing all the Jews. But if that is the case, then yeah, that's inciting violence, and that's not free speech at all. That's not in the realm of free speech. It should be in the realm of free speech. Free speech just means a person can turn around and say, "I disagree with what Israel is doing, or I disagree with what Hamas has done. I don't agree with the bombing of innocent Palestinians." Right? That's freedom of speech. Everyone should have the right to say that.
Are we splitting hairs at that point? Because one could argue from the river to the sea are just property rights. They're just talking about where a state begins and ends.
If that's what the correct interpretation is interpreted that as, then yeah, then I would disagree with him.
In this case, Elon Musk is setting the correct interpretation.
Yeah, but well, what Elon Musk is basically saying is the interpretation is, what do you call it?
He's a tyrant then.
Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. Yo, guys, just talk amongst yourselves for a second, yeah?
KD, you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
VRPod, if you're still listening, come in, don't be shy. Nah, nobody's. But what do you think, KD?
About this whole situation?
Yeah, let me tell you what I think, and you tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Should we try that? I think it's just an app. It's just an app. It doesn't. People on there are usually, most people there are just promoting their businesses. Some people, a lot of people there, well, the people. If you look at the chat, they've all got the in this YouTube video that Octavia was getting us to listen to. They've all got blue ticks, all of them. You've got this journalist, Andrew Tate, the politician, Andrew Tate's brother, Tristan Tate, some other comedian. Who else is there? Some form of, can you see in the YouTube video? Hustle. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
These are all people that pay to be on the platform. Now it pays. It benefits them, right? That they can say whatever they want. They can promote their ideas, no matter how absurd and no matter how much it distracts the public. These are people, including Elon Musk. They're just people really good at marketing. That's all they really are. So this is not a battle of freedom of speech. It's a battle of sales. You've got a politician, a pimp, a guy who sells cars that don't sell, apparently self-drive, but don't really self-drive. A comedian, another pimp. It's not a world-ending, world-defying debate having people on like Alex Jones or whatever. It's just Elon Musk promoting his business to other people who promote their business.
Yeah, but don't you think it's good for him to promote his business by promoting freedom of speech at the same time?
It'd be simpler if he just said, "Hey, I'm just here trying to make money and make this business stay afloat." That would be fine. I'd be more comfortable with that. But all right, cool, do your thing.
You're diluting his but maybe he actually does believe in freedom of speech. Who knows? Guys, listen, I'm gonna keep playing the video. Yeah, let's listen out. Let's listen for it. Hold on.
Because I truly believe, and a lot of people have said this before me, this is not an original idea, but I think as AI and machines and tech increases, a lot of people are going to be deemed useless by the overlords. And then you have to sit and decide, what are they going to do with all these people who have hopes and dreams, and they want healthcare, and they want a garden, and they want a house to live in, and they don't want to be treated like cattle. They're going to become extremely inconvenient. So I don't think many people at home understand that this war cannot be avoided. I've had a lot of people who understand why they threw me in jail in Romania and understood I've done nothing wrong. And they said to me, why do you take up this fight? Why you don't just delete your Twitter and disappear and drive a Ferrari all day? And I explained that this war cannot be avoided. You're either on the front line and you're fighting for something, or you're sitting waiting to die. You're waiting for the Mongol horde to come over the horizon and chop your head off.
I totally agree.
Out of it.
And just to throw this in there, if you read, and Elon, I knew you were doing great work. When I saw you 6 months ago at the World Government Summit, where they're all just saying we're going to make everybody eat bugs and we'll make the decisions to put microchips in them, and you said, we don't want a centralized system. We want a diverse system. We want firewalls. And I don't agree with this Tower of Babel you're building. They know that we go through cycles, and they want to artificially create a great reset collapse, in their own words, to make everybody else poor, consolidate power, and they'll have a smaller type 2 civilization for themselves. And I think you're trying to build a type 2 civilization, or even a type 1 civilization, I should say, for all of us. And you said we need to have a debate about going interstellar. We've got to expand or we collapse. And Elon Musk is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't stay in stasis. You either expand or you collapse.
Yes, exactly. You either grow or you collapse. You don't. The steady state is basically an impossibility. So you have to pick it. You have to make a choice. Do you want to grow civilization, or do you want to decline and collapse? And because steady state is not stable. So, and I say we grow, and I say we expand, and we have more humans, and we become a multi-planet species and a space-faring civilization, and ultimately be out there among the stars. And I think that is the exciting, inspiring thing for the future.
Do you guys think we're at war?
No.
Huh?
No.
Do you guys think we're at war?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Do you guys think we're at war? No. How would that be?
Maybe.
Nah? What do you
No,
reckon?
maybe.
I believe
Can you
we
hear
are.
me now? My internet
Yeah, I
keeps
can hear you. Elon Musk said something very important. He said we need to have more humans. Hello. Can you hear me? Bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Hassan. Okay, you can hear me. Is Octavio still there?
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear. I can hear both of you.
You can hear me. I can't hear Octavio. Is he talking?
I can hear you, Hassan. Hassan can't hear me.
I can't hear.
I can hear both of you.
You can hear Octavio.
The problem is definitely with Hassan.
I can't hear him. What do you think, AD?
Think about what Elon said.
Yeah. What I think I just spoke first, and then Elon.
But did you not hear what he said as well?
I can hear.
He wants to
either
take
grow
over.
or die.
Yeah, we're a species. I don't know. Like he really wants to go out in the universe. Like I think that's his number one goal.
Andrew Tate said, AI, tech, and machines.
I think they will take over. Like maybe in what?
But did you hear? Did you hear him give details about what he means when he says AI, tech, and machines?
AI, tech, what?
Andrew Tate said AI, tech, and machines.
What do you mean, tech and machines?
That's what he said. He said AI, tech, and machines will take over. That's what he said.
Yeah. He's talking about that will take over.
Yeah. Did he give details of what he meant? I'm assuming he said they'll take over.
I think that's absolute nonsense.
I think that's the problem. I think he gives vague details, and he doesn't give details he doesn't give details. He's just very vague. And then he goes on to say war. He's taking. I think him, Alex Jones, and Elon Musk not Elon Musk. Alex Jones and Andrew Tate are just taking advantage of the delusions that are playing in people's heads. They're salespeople. Andrew Tate is selling an idea that there's a crisis and that he's the solution. That he's doing humanity a favor by not going off into the sunset and driving his Ferrari, which he could just do so, right?
Bro, don't you think abortion is a crisis?
No, not really.
Restricting freedom of speech, don't you think that's a crisis?
Not really. I don't believe in freedom of speech.
Project VO Pod said, I think I'm waiting to get into the conversation.
He'll be on backstage.
Oh, hold on a second.
You click backstage. Let him in.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why is he not? KD, do you mind coming out for a second? I don't know.
All right, yeah.
Hold on a second. Trying to see if I can get.
Should I leave?
Leave for 1 second. Just want to see
Okay.
something because it's not allowing me to. Okay. Yeah. That's it. Only allows. Project VO Pod. It says device is not connected. Try again, bro.
It's gonna be interesting to hear you. I hope you don't both agree on everything.
We will agree because
Freedom of speech.
Yeah, yeah, just try again. I can see you now. Try again.
It happens often. Just people.
Yeah, it happens to KD as well.
Yeah, happens to me.
It happens to you as well.
Yeah, I came in and I couldn't get a chance to get in straight away.
Okay.
Isn't it like a YouTube version?
Yeah, it's saying the same thing. Jake, just try again. Keep trying, and it will eventually work.
Doesn't take long.
KD as well. It happens to KD as well. I don't know why I couldn't see you on the thing. I was thinking maybe it's because I have too many people on. But usually accepts like
4 out the gate.
Yeah, 4, right?
Yeah,
Hassan,
with that issue.
the bra, KD. KD says StreamYard sucks. I'm just learning this stuff, guys. Yeah. Keep trying, Jake. Keep trying. It says device is not connected. That's what it says every time I see you. It says device is not connected. I don't know why it's saying that, but if you keep trying, it will work because it always happens to KD as well. But yeah, we need freedom of speech, man. We need freedom of speech. I do believe there's definitely a war. There's definitely a war on humanity. I believe that. Me and what do you call it?
Andrew.
Me and Andrew, I can see what Andrew is talking about, but I don't think he understands.
Yeah, I've noticed
you understands the enemy. That's what I think. Yeah, okay, yeah, Jake, try again, bro, try again. It will work. Trust me, it will work. Just
you're one of the people I know with the best analysis of this. You analyze Andrew very well. You analyze Andrew very well.
Yeah. He likes to speak with grandiose terms. Yeah, he likes to use grandiose terms. Yeah. That's basically what he likes doing.
Yeah.
And he doesn't he doesn't break things down. He doesn't break things down. That's the problem with Andrew. And he should explain himself. But I think the reason why he doesn't break break things down properly is because he himself doesn't actually understand the nature of this enemy, and he doesn't understand what this enemy is about. So he uses these very basic terms like, they are a machine, they are trying to enslave us. He uses all these basic terms, but I don't think he understands the nature of the enemy and the nature of the fight. He knows certain things, but he doesn't understand how deep it is. I hate using the term deep. Yeah, Jake, again.
I blame Donald Trump for all of this.
Why'd you blame Donald Trump for?
Donald Trump has taken advantage of the average moron and just given them a movie playing in their head, and he's made them the star of the movie. That's why people like Andrew Tate, Kristen Tate,
there
all these other people.
Okay.
There you are, Jake. Welcome, Jake. Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Am I here?
You are here. You are here.
Have I entered the studio?
You
right on, my friend. Right on. So I am here.
How you
So
doing?
you guys have been having a very interesting conversation. By far, you guys have been having a very, very interesting conversation, especially about free speech. And I have some questions on that. So you guys were talking about Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Hassan, your opinion on Andrew. What exactly is that? So you have an opinion on Andrew. What's going on with that exactly? Because I was trying to connect here, so I missed a lot of stuff.
Oh, I think he's just a sales. I have a bad internet connection, so I might go in and out now and again. So bear with me. But I think he's just a con man. I think he's just a salesperson who's just trying to promote himself, whatever business ventures he has.
Really?
He presents himself as a savior, as a person who is the general of a war that doesn't exist and trying to build an army that is pretty useless.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree too. Yeah.
I think what is it? I think you can never know a person's motivations or intentions. So whether you don't know what Andrew's intentions are or motivations are. We can only judge him by what he says. All right. And what he says is there's an enemy. He says he calls it a matrix. And he says that this matrix has an agenda against humanity. And but I don't think my issue with Andrew is I don't think he understands what this enemy is about. I don't think he understands the mechanism that this enemy uses in order to achieve its goals. He thinks he knows, he talks as if he knows, but he's very vague. And
okay.
Yeah, that's my opinion on Andrew.
Okay, so that's very interesting. By the way, the host, Solution Podcast, what should I call you? I know Hassan's name. Yours is
Octavio.
Octavio. Okay, yeah. By the way, are you from England?
Yes.
Okay, because you have the accent. You have like an English accent, so I was kind of like trying to like. By the way, I'm from America. I'm at the southern border of America. By the way, like South Texas, like Texas, the state of the United States. I'm right at the border of Mexico. To be honest, that's where I'm coming from right now. So we're very far. Yeah, we're really far on that. If you guys follow American politics, the open borders, that's all true with Joe Biden, how that's running here. That's another subject. But I did want to state, so you stated about Andrew Tate. Hassan thinks of him as a con man. I'm going to state this. I think Andrew Tate is more of a net positive for the world than he is a net negative. Yes, he has some history about the whole like webcam stuff and how he made his money, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, this is a man that came by and got so popular during a time where we have a male crisis, guys, a very big male crisis, because we live in a world with OnlyFans. We live in a world where women tend to be very promiscuous these days. And it all leads up from the 1970s of birth control, the feminist movement, etc. Right? So now a lot of these guys are literally catering to women that don't necessarily care about their attention at all. So when Andrew Tate came by and started like talking locker room talk, if you guys remember, Donald Trump was saying, grab him by the pussy. Like if you're a rich guy, you can grab him by the pussy and they love it. That's consentive attention, right? These women want the attention of rich men. So obviously Andrew is in that world. He is very much in that world, and I understand that. When this guy comes by and says that you young men, especially when you're young, you're 18, 20 years old, and he's targeting young men to get better, to do better, and I'm a millennial, by the way, so I'm in my 30s, and I didn't have this when I was younger, but I wish I did, because when you're young, you're simping for these women, you're thinking that they love you the same way that you would love them. And it doesn't work that way. So I think that Andrew Tate coming in, saying all these things that you need to be a better man, that you need to court women a certain way. And I get you. It's kind of, I think Hassan, you're Muslim, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you're Muslim. And well, again, I've only seen videos of debates when it comes to Muslims. They stated correct me if I'm wrong, in the Quran, does
Mhm.
it state that you can beat your woman as long as you don't leave bruises on them? Is that something
There's
in the
a,
Quran?
can I come back to the question? I'd rather give you the exact quote
Oh,
rather than off
that's
the
fine.
top of
That's
my
fine.
head. Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah. I think it's chapter 5 or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like this.
but
I'd rather have the Quran speak for
I'm not
itself.
trying to trap you.
I don't think you are.
Okay,
I don't think you
I'm
are.
not trying to
Even
trap.
if you did, I wouldn't. Even if you
Yeah,
did,
I'm
I
not.
wouldn't mind. I don't think you are. I assume the best of intentions
Okay.
with you, Jake. Don't worry.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not trying to trap you or anything like that. It's just something that I've seen on arguments, based off the research that I've looked at. And to be honest, like I'm just saying, like a man needs to be a leader in the household, especially when it comes to relationships. I do believe that America's problems can all be solved if the man steps up and starts becoming a man. So when Andrew Tate came around and started stating these things, it was like pornography for men, because they've never seen this. And if you look at the West, or at least in America, I just know the statistics of America, 65% of black males are born bastards. In the Hispanic community, which I'm Hispanic, by the way, my roots come from Mexico, we have a 50% bastard rate. So when you have a lot of young men that are being raised without fathers, they're gonna look at an Andrew Tate figure as somebody that's never told them this. By the way, I was raised in a 2-parent household. So I did have a father in the household. And even with me having a father in the household, I've made mistakes, etc. You know, I'm not a perfect man. I've never even called myself a Christian until the past probably year or so, you know? So when Andrew Tate comes around, I can completely 100% understand where he's coming from on a lot of his takes. This is why I believe that Andrew Tate was much more of a positive impact on society than he was a negative impact. And I get you, he has his flaws. Not every man is perfect. Even God in the Bible has used imperfect men to spread his message. That's my take on that. I'll leave it to you or y'all's debates on that. How you want to go about that?
Do you want to add anything to that, Hassan?
I have 101 questions to ask him. But this is your show, Dr. Octavio. So I'll let you take the lead.
No. I'll look. Okay. The problem with a lot of men listening to Andrew Tate is this: they're gonna take the red pill approach. All right, that's the issue. Of course, a man should be a provider and a protector. And to provide and protect, it means you have to build yourself up. All right. But in order for you to do that, you can't engage in the hookup culture. The problem with a lot of men is they get engaged in the hookup culture, they get lost in the hookup culture, and then they forget their purpose as men, which is to provide and protect. And that is the issue. So if you look at both religions, if you look at Islam, and then if you look at Christianity, you will see that you're not even supposed to date women. If you go all the way back, how the Western world used to be, you would approach the father, you would speak to the father would speak to the daughter. Then if they agreed, then you would speak to the family of that man, and then they would meet up, they would decide a date for marriage, and then they will come together. And then the marriage would happen.
Can I interrupt you? This is Old Testament? This is Old Testament stuff?
No. This is all New Testament. That's
okay.
How,
okay, go on.
That's how dating used to be, you know. And I'm talking about before 1940s. All right, this is how dating used to be. Even the black community used to be 98% married. Why? Because there was no hookup culture for you to engage in. Okay. And of course, we know that feminism is the one that brought up the hookup culture. And a lot of men forget to become the provider because of this hookup culture, because they are sexualized from a very, very young age. All right. And so they give into lust. And that is the issue. They give into lust. They pursue the wrong thing. They pursue females instead of pursuing their purpose. But that's to do with a lack of morals. We all know that the West has become more immoral. when I listen to Andrew Tate, I do not see Andrew Tate bringing up what I'm bringing up right now. Yes, he's absolutely right in saying that we have to become providers, and we have to be protectors, and we have to become men. I agree with that. As a Christian, I have nothing against that. But what he doesn't address is the fact that men should not engage in the hookup culture at all. At all. And a lot of men listening to Andrew Tate, unfortunately, because they have been so sexualized already, what will happen is they will just think of Andrew Tate. They would take the red pill approach. They'll think of Andrew Tate. Oh, look at how many women he has around him. Look at how many cars he drives. So they're gonna look at the fact that he has this lavish lifestyle. That's what they're gonna look at, instead of looking at the fact that they need to stop engaging with the hookup culture and focusing, in finding a wife and so on and so forth.
Octavio,
Yeah.
I got your name right? Octavio.
Yes, you did.
I can agree with you on all of that sense. The problem with that is that this whole hookup culture has been decades in demand. And I don't know if you agree with me on this, but you know how Andrew Tate talks about the Matrix? In fact, you guys were talking about the Matrix earlier before. And a lot of people can't define what exactly the Matrix is. Now, just to do a quick analysis on that, the Matrix is the lobbyists that go after politicians, support politicians, and then on top of that, the deep state, which is the politicians that are in the deep state that support this type of rhetoric, and then you have the mainstream media that pushes said propaganda, and then you have the globalists like your George Soros, your the guy from BlackRock, I forgot his name at the moment, but you have a lot of these people that are on the higher elites. That's the Matrix as a whole. Then on top of that, you might ask yourself, who controls the Matrix on a spiritual level? It's Satan. Satan is the one that controls the Matrix as a whole. So when you talk about the hookup culture, it's Satan's world at this point. Satan is the one that rules planet Earth, right? And he uses the Matrix to convert people, or especially men and women, to get their souls before Jesus comes back, and in Revelations, right? That's predicted there. So my thing is, when you talk about hookup culture, you're right. Men are the ones that allowed women to access particular points of view, like, for example, voting rights. They gave women the right to vote. During that time, the right to vote was a privilege. You had to have certain criterias in order to vote. It wasn't like only men could vote. It was some men couldn't vote during that time. So the feminist movement was driven by Satan. I'll even tell you this. When you talked about it's men's fault, yes, that was a case to where it was weak beta males that allowed women to not only just vote, but go into the workplace and collude a lot of the government. Because when you have women in the workplace, that means you could tax both parties in the household. Because back in the day, it was only a one work household that can provide for the entire family. Now that you put women in the household, you can tax both of them. Thus, feminism was born. Women believe themselves to be equal to the man. Andrew Tate did not start this whole revolution. Andrew Tate saying hookup culture, etc. And I get you there, but it wasn't Andrew Tate. I believe it was beta males and Satan that rose up to this. Andrew Tate just adjusted, saying, look, you need to build up your money and you need to stop simping for these women. Because when you simp for these women, you're going to act like a guy that tends to respect women that you shouldn't respect. That's my perspective. Andrew Tate came around and said, don't do that. Build yourself up. And the vast majority of his messaging is that. And I get you, like, back in the day, because I was a fan of Andrew Tate before he blew up, like a year and a half, 2 years before he blew up. I was consuming Andrew Tate content. And this guy, yes, he was very much comedic. He had a comedic drive to him. And I get it how that could look offensive. But the man right now at this point, I'm sure he regrets some of the things that he's said. He did state on the Candace Owens podcast that he does regret things, and that's fine. Like I said, every man is flawed and you get better as time goes on. So I don't think we should judge him fully on his past merits on that. But at this point in time, his main message is for men to get better. And I think that is a key point. And I know you talk about the red pill. I honestly believe that Andrew Tate is actually striving away from the red pill at this point. If you really look at what he's saying, he doesn't talk about bitches or banging bitches or cars or anything like that anymore at this point, Octavio. So if you look at his content now, he's actually striving away from that. What's your thoughts?
I'll tell you what my thoughts are. My thoughts are until Andrew Tate start advocating for religious marriages, nothing will change. Absolutely nothing will change. Because when people look at Andrew Tate, especially Western, morally degenerate people, when they look at Andrew Tate, they're only looking at the fact that he used to have a what was it?
War room?
No, he used to have girls in
the webcam stuff.
The webcam thing.
Oh, the TikTok or
that's
yeah,
right.
the webcam stuff. Yeah,
they look at his lavish lifestyle.
Yeah, that was his past though.
Yeah, but when Andrew Tate promotes himself, he promotes himself as a person who lives a lavish lifestyle. He promotes himself as that type.
Sure.
And nothing wrong with people who acquire money and they want to enjoy the money. But the thing is, you are a public figure, and this is how you portray yourself. Remember who you're portraying yourself to. You're portraying yourself to immoral people or people that are morally degenerate, that people that have been beaten down by by liberal feminist ideologies. All right. Remember the ideology.
100%. I stated that.
If I could,
yeah, go ahead.
Can I jump? Okay, if I could sum up my impression of Andrew Tate into one sentence, it would be that he went from pimping young women to pimping young men. Right? He presents himself as a solution to a problem that doesn't necessarily exist. Okay, so
it does exist.
For example,
it does exist. It does exist.
Okay, maybe it does exist, but it's but our problem is more in our heads than it is, and he's certainly not the solution. He's just a salesperson who's promoting his business or whatever it may be. This what's it called, Real World or Hustlers University, or whatever.
Yeah, the Real World.
Yeah, and just repeating the same message over and over again. You're weak. You're this. You're that. In a sense, diminishing the individual's self-worth. Right, rather than encouraging them to better themselves somehow, although good as they are in some cases, right? And he presents himself as a solution to ultimately no end. Become rich, become successful, become like me. You're pathetic, you're weak if you don't become wealthy. And no fabric of integrity being promoted. If he was promoting Christianity or Islam or something, I would understand. But if it's just become wealthy, become successful, and on the point of the Matrix isn't just control. In a negative way. Control is good. The Matrix is the police. The Matrix is the medical system. The Matrix is the construction industry. The Matrix is schooling. The Matrix is all this apparatus that allows the individual to reach a certain level of live to a certain living standard. It's not always the corrupt elite, because the corrupt elite aren't the ones that you would necessarily be so aware of and that would be so prevalent and have names that are so clear that you and I can know. Because the higher up they are, the more visible they are. It's usually the lower levels people that are more the problem.
Hassan, do you know what the Matrix is? Because Jake actually brought this up.
Yeah.
The Matrix are the liberal ideologies. I'll tell you what the Matrix really is. It's feminism, secular humanism, liberalism. And
they're not inherently bad things, these ideologies.
Hold on. Atheism. What else? These ideologies are the ones ruling the West, and these are the ideologies that are being transported all over the world. Okay.
Can I also add victimism?
Go ahead, Jake.
Oh, okay. I was gonna add also victimism, because all those things that you add in there is all a part of the Matrix. It's all big psyop for people to like, for example, to think more like women. So a lot of these men that are very that would otherwise be masculine, you take the man out of the household, therefore the boys are going to be raised more like a woman because they have female energy there. If you notice, statistical wise, boys that are raised with a single parent household, which is usually the woman, then on top of that, they're going to daycare, which daycares are also run by women. And then you're going to go to schools like in elementaries, which the vast majority of the teachers that work there, at least in America, I'm pretty sure it's over there in the UK. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the vast majority of the teachers that are here are females. So you're getting female energy the entire time. On top of that, when you get disciplined by a woman, the woman will tell those little boys that acting like a boy, aggressive, energy, built, etc., is wrong. You're going to get punished for that. You should act more like a little girl that's like calm, collective, you know, no energy there. She's just kind of fragile, etc. So these are the psyops, the matrix that Octavio, sorry, did I say that right? Is basically saying like this is how boys are being raised.
How much is that suspicion, an assumption, and an idea presented, seeded in our mind?
I'll tell you.
The Matrix. The Matrix isn't all bad. It provides a lot of good to society. This perception that we're completely being targeted consistently, when we're just being, our animalistic nature is being just maybe slightly diminished, and we're maybe being taught to be less selfish and ignorant in most cases. But I just don't see how the Matrix is overall a negative thing. Yeah.
Hassan, do you think feminism is negative or is it bad?
I understand where it comes from. Has it gone off the rails? Yes, definitely. But the idea that a woman should be in the workplace, can make the most of her opportunities in her career, not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay. Now,
Hassan, I have a question. Do you
go ahead?
I was going to ask Hassan, do you believe that feminism came from God or did feminism come from Satan?
We're assuming that all good comes from God and all bad comes from from Satan. That's, I guess, if I can make the judgment, a more Christian perspective.
So it came from Satan.
The human being is capable as much as evil, as much as Satan. I think it's more from people.
We're all fallen. Yeah.
Okay. Basically, it's like this. Feminism is the reason why the nuclear family is completely destroyed. When I say feminism, I'm talking about when I say feminism, I'm talking about I'm putting all the liberal ideologies together in one because they all agree with each other. The reason why the reason why the birth rate has completely declined is because of the policies that feminism has fought for. All right, abortion, the idea that men and women are equal, women entering the workforce, the pill, the sexual revolution that created the hookup culture. That's what has caused all the problems that you're seeing in society. The reason why the reason why marriages have declined, all right, and they continue to decline. These are the reason. This is the reason why we have the issues that we have. So the problem is a moral issue. It's a moral issue. You've got two choices living in the West. You either reject the liberal ideologies that the West pumps through every single institution, whether you are in hospital, whether you are at school. You either reject the liberal ideologies and follow an ideology that's opposed to the liberal ideologies, or you assimilate and become part of the liberal ideology. All right, it's really that simple. So me as a Christian, I'm completely and utterly against everything about liberal ideology because they all push the same agenda, and that is to destroy the nuclear family and to bring about a new alternative to the family structure. Which we are seeing now with the rise of LGBTQ being pushed into schools and so on and so forth. They definitely do have an agenda, and their agenda is definitely working. This is why the West is not reproducing enough to replace itself.
I just have to argue against you, Octavius. Sorry, Jake. I'm sure you want to step in, but almost everything you pointed out, that's a problem. The feminism is the problems with feminism is not the feminism is the problem. It's us religious people, right? You say men and women are not equal. They are equal. Women in the workforce, nothing wrong with that. It's us as Christians and Muslims when we're in positions of influence that corrupt our faith, that take advantage of it, misuse it, mistrust it, that produces ideologies like atheism, feminism, because good comes from God, right? I'm a Muslim, I would say that. You're a Christian, you would say that. I'm not. I don't want to speak on your behalf, but I'm very confident you would say that. When we misuse the scripture and the guidance, we produce these evil works, right? People take morality and justice into their own hand. The women who are oppressed, told you can't leave the house, you must be my servant, you must be that, you are a fool, you're ignorant, you're intellectually inferior, in one way or another, not directly. I'm not painting a picture of an evil guy here with a big beard and a big nose or whatever, just hitting his wife, right? I'm just pointing out where where we as religious people have failed, because we're the ones with the guidance. I would say Muslims and Christians. The Christian would say the Christian has divine moral guidance. I would say the Muslim has divine moral guidance, where we misuse our goodly loan from God. We betray the trust of God when we take things into our own hands. That's one of the reasons I had a serious problem with Andrew Tate whenever he quoted Islam, quote a scripture here, a verse here, a chapter here, a chapter there, random verses, just a patchwork of meaningless nothing. There's great work and effort goes into the biblical scripture and the biblical tradition, the Christian tradition, and that's why you have priests and bishops and such, people who have particular training and guidance, because these aren't simple tools. They provide simple solutions to complex problems, but they're not simple tools. They should be promoted and administrated by people with training and knowledge and experience. That's why you see most Muslim speakers on these Islamic channels, they don't quote a verse they don't speak about the Quran without quoting a verse, without quoting the context, because it's not yours. We do not speak on behalf of God. When I look at feminism, yes, it's been corrupted and the solution is faith. This is organized religion, because without that, you're just making up as you go along, and you might get one thing right one generation and another thing right in another generation, but either way, everybody suffers, right? When you have people like Andrew Tate just spewing platitudes over and over again, misleading people, essentially taking charge of military age males. He keeps saying military age males because these are the easiest people to do. It's just as easy to do as OnlyFans girls, right? Just tell a man enough, you're stupid, you should be working harder. As a person who grew up with a lot of men around me, uncles and what have you around, because my father died when I was younger, whatever. But I have male role models in my life. They teach you, try your best and that's good enough. You're not going to be perfect, and you commit yourself because the objective is getting better. Andrew Tate promotes, like a typical salesman, fear, with there's a crisis in masculinity, crisis in this, blah 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 blah. Fun, Matrix makes it look like it's a movie, that you're the movie, you're Neo in the Matrix, when he's really just, he presents himself as Morpheus, and you're Neo when he's really just Agent Smith. And a typical sales technique is impulse buying. He puts in your mind that you need to act, and you need to act now. I've done sales. You always, and that.
What do you think, Jake?
Okay, yeah. So you said a lot of stuff there to react to, man, to be honest. I'm going to try to remember everything there. But you talked about the Matrix here, and you said Andrew Tate's a salesman, right? So automatically you're painting all salesmen as bad people, like as if every salesman is always out to sell something that is going to hurt you and not actually sell you something that's going to make you better. And I'll tell you this, I see a lot of this since we're on the topic of Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is selling something that's going to make young men better in a case. Is Hassan out? You guys there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
He'll probably come back. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah. I was just gonna say, I believe that Andrew Tate is selling something that is so valuable these days because of the society that we live in with feminists, etc. I know Hassan said that the Matrix is good, that the Matrix keeps order, etc. And I'll tell you this: the Matrix, like I've said before, is consumed by the deep state, the globalists, the lobbyists, the mainstream media, etc. So they're all made up by that. When it comes to the analogy of the Matrix, it means that we're all in a society where we obey particular leaders that don't have the best intentions for us. So when Hassan is saying that the Matrix is good, I completely disagree with that. In a society to where the people are the ones in control of policies, that's a society that's good. But in the Bible, which I don't remember the verse, etc., this is something my mom told me a while back. I've never looked it up, but my mom had told me when I was younger that man cannot govern themselves. She told me, don't get into politics, don't get, into that world where people argue, because man at the end of the day cannot govern themselves. The only one that can govern man truly is God. And that always stuck with me. And I do truly believe that the Matrix is a world where man is governing God, but that man is being influenced by Satan. That's what the Matrix is. So you have the Matrix, and on a spiritual level, it's Satan manipulating said leaders. So when Hassan is sitting there and saying that the Matrix is good sometimes, or whatever you want to say, I can completely disagree on that. He also talked about, oh man, I had it in my head here. You talked a lot about these things. I wish I can remember it, but I'll shoot it back to you, Octavio.
I would say, it's very simple. I would ask Hassan very simple questions. Is it bad for a man to work hard? Yes? No?
I don't know.
Hassan, can you hear
I
me?
don't know.
Okay, good.
Is Hassan on?
Yeah, he's still there, but for some reason is not answering. Okay. I don't think any man or Hassan would even disagree that it's bad for a man to work hard, to become a provider, to take care of his family. These are all good things that every man would agree with. I don't think any man disagrees with that. Well, that's what Andrew Tate promotes, that we should become hardworking men so that we can be protectors and providers of our family. That's wonderful. The Bible supports that. God's message supports that. My only issue is when it comes to Andrew Tate, if I was to say, and none of us are perfect, by the way, guys. None of us are perfect. But someone like Andrew Tate, with the public, with the influence that he has, I think he should advocate more for marriage, because what's lacking in society, and I don't mean marrying modern women. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about going back, because marriage without marriage is a religious institution. All right, marriage is a religious institution because it gives you there's a moral obligation when you get when you get married in a church, which is very different from a secular marriage. There is no moral obligation in a secular marriage, and that is the difference. All right. I would want Andrew Tate to advocate more for marriage. I would say, Andrew Tate, start telling young men, stop engaging with the hookup culture. All right. Become a man, become a provider. All right. Because imagine how quickly men will become providers. Just imagine, right? How quickly men will become providers if they focus purely on becoming providers rather than chasing women, rather than going to clubs, rather than engaging in this hookup culture. How quickly would men become providers? It would be extremely quickly. All right. So, and this is what I would say. And then get married. Don't involve yourself in the hookup culture because it leads men and women astray. And get married. But I don't see him advocating too much marriage. And that's the problem. And then so people take Andrew Tate more like the red pill. They use him for the red pill philosophy rather than what Andrew Tate is changing into, because I do believe he's changing. I do believe he's becoming a little bit more religious. He has changed a little bit.
Yeah, I said that.
I would say. But someone of his influence should definitely advocate for marriage, because marriage is what creates nuclear families, and nuclear families is the backbone of any society. Feminism and the liberal ideologies have been trying to destroy the nuclear family. And you are absolutely right when you say the matrix is ruled by Satan. It is true. It is true. They want a new religion, and these
100%.
liberal ideologies will bring about this new religion. That's my
No, amazing, Octavio. That's an amazing take. I will also say this: when you say that Andrew Tate talks about more about hookup culture, I think you're referring to a very old version of Andrew Tate. This is the Andrew Tate that before he got famous, then he blew up, and then all of a sudden, we're bringing up a lot of old videos of Andrew where he stated a lot of this stuff. He stated, women shouldn't pilot airplanes and stuff like that, and he was being called a misogynist. And yes, you're right. Like, he did talk about that type of hookup culture of what you're referring to. But even during that time when he was saying stuff like that, he was also, because his main thing was, because you're a rich man and because you're high valued, therefore you have access to a lot of women. Because you have access to a lot of women, you have a pick of the litter. Therefore, you can date them, maybe have sex with them, whatever the case is, and do what you please on that. And I know you talk about the red pill philosophy. Red pill philosophy, there's no such thing as red pill philosophy. And I know that sounds crazy, because I'm sure you've heard Myron Gaines and who else is there? Whatever, and Pearl Davis and Andrew Tate. If you really look at a lot of their content, it contradicts a lot of stuff. And if you look at their content, bro, the red pill is just a philosophy to where you know the truth about female nature. You know the truth about gaining, access to money and success to make yourself a better person. So there's self-improvement as well as learning about female nature and how to handle females. Now, everybody has a different perspective of how you use that information. At the end of the day, it's all about psychology, right? So you could take the red pill and use that psychology in a Myron Gaines, where he says you need to fuck 50 women, and then therefore, to learn women's, conquer them, etc. Which, by the way, I can agree to a particular extent. I know what he's saying. I know he says it roughly. And then you can have somebody. Actually, to be honest, Pearly is just a drifter. She doesn't. She just regurgitates talking points, so she's not actually an influencer. She just kind of regurgitates. So I'm going to skip her. But at the end of the day, when you get to Andrew Tate or Rollo Tomassi, the red pill philosophy is just knowing the truth about female nature, and what you do with said female, with that knowledge, is up to you. You could use it to go and bang a bunch of chicks and be a slut maker, or you could use that to actually use that for your marriage and better your marriage. By the way, Octavio, are you married with kids?
Yes, I am. 3 kids, married in the Catholic Church.
Right on.
Dr.
Right on.
Still there?
And I would say this. I think.
Yeah. Let me. Can I just reply to? Is it all right if I reply to a few things that you just said there?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. Thanks, Jake. I believe. Well, they would say that the red pill is a praxeology. That's what they would say. It's a praxeology.
Can you define that? I've never heard that word before. I'm sorry.
Yeah, praxeology is basically the study of human action and conduct.
Okay.
That's what
I can agree with that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they say it is. All right. So if you're studying it, you shouldn't have an opinion. You should basically study it and leave it as it is. But they're doing more than just studying it. They're using it to advise men. And one of the advices that they give is don't get married. Don't get married. That's one of the
100% that's true.
advice they give. This is why I call it. It has now become. It went from a praxeology to a philosophy. It is now becoming a religion. Why do I say it is now becoming a religion? Because men are following it. Men are using it. They have internalized it. They accept it, and they are applying it in their daily lives. So it actually is becoming a religion, an ideology. So I do not agree with the idea that red pill is not a philosophy. I think it has become way more than a philosophy, and the things that it advocates for is very similar to what feminism eventually advocates for. Now, remember, I am not here. Look, I'm as a religious person, I would not marry a woman who is promiscuous. I would not marry a woman. If you're a religious man, that means you are influenced by your religion, and your religion teaches you what good and bad is. So I know what a good woman is, and I know what a bad woman is. Okay, so a good woman is a woman that's a virgin, that's dedicated to God, that does not believe in feminism. That's a good woman. That is a good woman. A religious man does not need the red pill to tell him that. All right.
Can I interrupt, Octavio?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
As a Christian man, I want to say two things. So, as a Christian man, would you wear a dress?
No.
Not even for entertainment purposes?
No.
Not even to promote Christianity?
No.
And this is an example of how the red pill is setting himself up as a solution opposed to Christianity and opposed to traditional faith. They present people like Stephen Crowder, a so-called Christian who puts on dresses and says, look, his Christian marriage failed. So Christianity or a traditional religious path doesn't work. Don't pursue women who are religious or righteous. Just use women like batteries to extract whatever resource you want from them and dispose of them and move on, like a never-ending carousel, like spinning places, they said, right? This is in excess. This is excessive. The second point I wanted to make, I forgot it.
Right. The red pill is using the exception to the rule when it comes to
But they're using him as Christianity. They're trying to present him as a Christian, which is the worst part.
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah. Sorry.
They say sleep with women so that you can understand female nature. How many women has Myron slept with?
450 plus.
Okay.
350.
Yeah, 350. How many more women does he need to sleep with in order to understand female nature?
He can't even speak to them without losing.
He doesn't need to do that anymore.
Exactly. He doesn't need to do that anymore, but he continues to do so. Now, when he gets married, when he settles down, guess where he's going, Jake? He's going all the way. He's going to take the religious route. He's going all the way to his country, where he's going to have his 4 virgins lined up because he has money, he has power, he has all of these things. And they're going to have his virgins lined up, nice and young. And he's going to make sure that these women are religious. He's going to make sure that these women do follow morality. Isn't that hypocritical? Why don't you show us, all right? And me as a Catholic, I already know that. Any man that only secular men don't understand that they need to have a woman that's religious, a woman that's a virgin, a woman that's feminine, and so on. Only secular men don't understand this, because religious men already understand this. But look at Myron. Look at the hypocrisy. He's flying out. He doesn't want to show men how it's done here in the West, and he's getting married over there. And when he says, "Oh, you can just get married through the religion," that's actually bullshit. Religious marriage has to be tied. The state and the religious the marriage has to be recognized by the state. You can get. I got married in a church, but the state had to recognize it. The reason why it has to recognize it is in case of a divorce, the law can enforce. The law can come in and say, you know what, you do need to pay this woman this amount of money, because she can't be left stranded. She can't be left abandoned. That's why the law is there for, and that's biological, by the way. because a man is supposed to provide and protect for a woman. That's the role of a man. So in case of a divorce, you're not going to just leave that woman stranded, especially if it's a traditional marriage. You're going to have to support her, especially if she had your children. You're going to have to support her. Remember, she has already lost a lot of value. So Myron is a hypocrite when it comes to his own advice. And I would say
it's impractical as well, if you don't mind me adding, because as a Muslim,
just one last thing.
Sure.
And if I have to have sex with 50 women, what am I doing to the dating market? I'm the very same promiscuity that has destroyed the Western world for the hookup culture, for the sexual revolution, is what Myron is advocating for. Because if every man sleeps with 50 women, we know that we are not attracted to female promiscuity when it comes to marriage. Men are not attracted to promiscuous women when it comes to marriage. If you advocate for men to be promiscuous in order to understand female nature, what you are essentially doing is making women become more unmarriageable. That was my last point.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add the Myron Gaines plan from a Muslim perspective doesn't work, because when you want to marry a good religious woman, your money, your wealth, your status doesn't mean that much. The priority is your religious background, and for that usually you need references. So when he comes there and says, "Hey, I've been in the US, I've been having sex with every single," when they just check on YouTube, "I've been having sex with every other woman," the guardian, because if she really is a religious woman, would be the father, will say, "No, I don't want to give my daughter up to a pimp. No matter how much you pay me, she's worth more than that."
Okay. Octavio, you said a lot there. I want to ask you this. You said that you believe that the state should be involved in marriage, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Is that biblical or is it not biblical?
That is biblical.
It is.
Because
okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
You have to understand one thing.
Is there like a verse that you can?
Yeah, I'll explain it. You have to understand one thing. We are not living in a theocracy. We are living in secularism. So the church cannot, in case of a divorce, by the way, Catholics do not believe in divorces, by the way. We believe in separation, but not divorce. In case of a divorce, the church cannot enforce any laws. They cannot enforce anything. Let's say the man left the woman. All right, he was no longer interested. Now she's left stranded. All right, who's going to help her? Who's going to take care of her? No one will. Right? And this would have been suicide a long time ago. And now you have a state that can support that. Now you've got a state that can come in and say, "Look, listen, mate, we can't just leave her stranded." Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say, okay, so I agree with you on there. You can't leave the woman stranded. This is why we have these particular state laws on that. And I get you there. But you do realize that those laws were made at a time when women couldn't work, Octavio. So nowadays, women, and if you look at statistical wise, women are out earning men in 16 of the major cities these days. And if you look statistical wise, when it comes to marriage, when a woman makes more money than the man, divorce is on a higher scale of that, because women tend to not be like, they don't want to be leaders in relationships. So when they make money, they tend to divorce their spouse, right? So I'm saying this, if you're saying, yes, it's biblical because we need to protect these women, nowadays, in today's Western society, women are treated as equals, at least by law, they are. So if they're treated by equals by law, why isn't that the law hasn't caught up to mitigate men's ways of marriage? Because at the end of the day, men are the ones committing suicide for these girls that divorce them. This is why when you say, "Oh, we need to marry," which I agree with you, I really do. But in today's society that Satan has already developed, Satan has made the laws that is always that's always against the male when they get married. This is why you see a lot of suicide rates on males. If you look at the suicide rates, it's 80% males. If you look at the homeless rates, it's 90% males that are homeless. These are men and veterans. Veterans are also another case. If you look at veterans, they're the ones that are homeless. They're being divorced, etc. So my question to you is, why on earth would you say we need to protect women while ignoring, in today's society in 2023, why are you ignoring how men are being treated these days with the laws?
Okay. The first thing we need to,
I know that was a lot.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. The first thing we need to establish is that marriage is actually a religious institution. It's not a secular institution. All right. So secular marriages don't really mean
But it's being
anything.
affected that way, though.
Sorry?
It's being affected that way, though. I get you. It's a religious institution, and I can agree with you on that. But these days, marriage isn't thought up that way. Nope. No. Well, because the state's involved. We're thinking more of like these lawyers, these divorce lawyers are making bank off of these people that their marriage is not panning out. They're not panning out. So
yeah.
I know, I get you where you're saying that we just need everybody to get married, but there's a lot of flaws there that we need to address before we just tell men to get married.
Okay. First of all, I would never say everyone needs to get married. I would say only religious people need to get married because it is a religious institution. It's not a secular institution. The reason why secular marriages don't work is precisely because it is a religious institution. Religious institution comes with a moral obligation. This is why when you look at religious marriages, they last. Well, this is why the divorce rate in religious sectors are extremely low compared to secular sectors. That's the difference. So what you have is secular people getting married, all right, basically entering into a legal agreement without no moral obligation. This is what you basically have. All right. Now, remember, me as a Christian, as a Catholic, I have no issues with the law demanding what it demands. I have no issue because the purpose of marriage was to protect the woman. That's the purpose of marriage. That was the reason behind why marriage even exists. It is to protect the woman. That's it. But now, because religion has been completely taken out of this, most people have become secular. Why they get married, I don't understand. And now that women have entered the workforce, why would a man get with a woman, choose a secular woman that does not believe in God, does not really believe in marriage? Why would he marry her? It's absolutely stupid and nonsensical to me. They really shouldn't. Imagine, look at Destiny, right? This is how this is how
bruh.
Look at what they do into marriage, right? Look at what marriage has become. It has become a joke. It has become a joke. Secular marriage has become a joke.
Yeah.
So look at what Adam 22. Look at what Adam 22 is doing. He's basically insulting the very basis of marriage. Now, I would never advocate marriage for secular people because secular people don't reproduce anyway. Eventually, they'll die out. They are here for instant gratification. That's the reason why I advocate for marriage. I advocate for religious marriage.
I would add from the Islamic. Sorry, Karen.
No. Go ahead, Hassan.
From the Islamic perspective, it's marriage is to protect the individual man or woman from fornication and to provide for the children. Divorce isn't such a major thing in the Islamic perspective. A woman could say to a man, his penis is too small, I want to divorce him, and it'll be fine. And so marriage and divorce is such a major issue.
Yeah.
No, you don't have the Christian perspective on divorce.
So
hold up. But
go ahead, Jake.
No, I was gonna say when he said the penis is too small, therefore you're divorced. And
she can say I want a divorce
in the Western. Exactly. So that's what I was saying. Like in today's society, it's become a joke, and you're right on that, Octavio, because it has become a joke. But my point is that when you say, okay, only religious people can get, you advocate for religious people to get married, and that's great. That's understandable. But at the end of the day, a lot of people, the vast majority of people tend to get married, and I understand this, where you get married under God, and a lot of people in America, they believe themselves to be real Christians. So like you said before, you had stated that if you don't believe in the Trinity, therefore you're not a real Christian. I don't believe in the Trinity, therefore I'm not a real Christian. So under your logic, I shouldn't get married. My point is, on, I guess your words, a secular point of view, I believe marriage is for children only. If you're going to get married, you get married under God with your wife to start a family. If you don't want to start a family, you don't get married. In fact, you don't reproduce in that type of way, right? If that happens, and I know mistakes happen, we live in a world run by Satan, and we have to have solutions to those people that are the average people, not the religious people. If they have it right, go ahead, go on that. But we're talking about marriage on people that aren't necessarily a part of the religious aspect of getting married. When I'm talking about those people, those are the ones that I'm saying that marriage is a bad deal on men. That's my point. And I can agree with you on the religious point of view, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual rest of the community that maybe doesn't fall under your point of view as a Christian, right? So I'm asking you, what's your advice, Octavio? What's your advice on those types of people who aren't a religious base of your definition of religious base on marriage? What would you recommend them to do?
I would recommend them to convert to Christ. I would recommend them to become religious. I would recommend them to become to follow the Christian faith and become moral people. Because without marriage, society collapses. Without marriage, you don't have nuclear families. So I would advise them to do that. The reason why they are not doing that is because they decided to not follow religion. They decided to not follow religion. So it doesn't surprise me that marriages have declined. It doesn't surprise me one bit. It doesn't surprise me that the birth rate has declined. It doesn't surprise me that the West is not reproducing enough of itself in order to replace itself. It doesn't surprise me one bit. So if I was to give them advice, I would say, if you want the Western world to continue, if you want the Western world to thrive again, then what you need to do is you need to go back to religious values, because marriage is a religious institution, and find yourself a good woman, find yourself a Christian woman, a virgin woman, get married and have a nuclear family. If you don't do that, then what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up following Rollo Tomassi. And what does Rollo Tomassi says? Get a vasectomy, all right? No family creation, no marriage. That's his advice. What is that? That is a recipe.
That's a little out of context there, but go on.
I am taking, in order for men to become a high value man, all right? In order to become a high value man, these are the things that you need to do according to Rollo Tomassi, right? With all the things that he mentioned at the beginning: no marriage, no family creation, get a vasectomy. All of that equals instant. All of that equals instant gratification and the death of the Western world.
Octavio, he's not against the nuclear family, though. That's the thing.
Okay, what he says, what he does and what he says are two different things. If I was to write that rule, you have to understand, I am nobody compared to.
He has kids and he's married. He's married with children.
Thank you.
He literally has a nuclear family.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with you, Jake. He is. So he should know better. He should know better than to use his influence to tell men. He knows that he's known as the
Godfather.
The red pill.
The Godfather of the red pill. Yeah.
If you are the Godfather of the red pill and you know that men are listening to the red pill, why would you write that down? You know men are going to follow that. You already know that these modern men are morally degenerate. You know, because don't forget, Jake, the entire sex industry is funded by men. Don't forget, it's men paying for OnlyFans. Don't forget, it's men validating bad behavior from women online. So if you know that men are lustfully degenerate, why would you advocate for men to get a vasectomy, to not create a family? And so you know they're going to follow that advice, and that's what's destroying the Western world.
Octavia has presented a Christian perspective, which seems kind of uphill. It seems like quite the commitment to find a good woman, commit to her, avoid divorces, no matter how difficult it becomes. Divorce is not a reasonable option. I'd rather say take the more Islamic option, if I can mischaracterize Islam. God forgive me if I do. Get a good woman, a reasonably good woman, marry her. If you get divorced, you get divorced. It's fine. Marry somebody else if she can marry someone. It's the fact that
Hassan,
divorce
Hassan.
is such a major thing and the marriage is such a major thing is more the issue. Please carry on.
Oh no, I
Jake,
was
you
just gonna
saying?
say I just need to leave. I just need to leave
Okay.
real quick. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay. No worries.
No worries, bro. No worries. We're here. Yeah. Hassan.
Octavia, yes.
Hassan, you shouldn't be advocating for divorce, Hassan.
I'm not advocating for divorce. I'm saying it's not as bad as you think, and it's okay to get divorced. Islamically, it's fine. It's not prohibited. It's not forbidden. And if it was, then it would be clear.
But
I don't encourage it, but it's not the end of the world.
But do
again? God forgive me if I've misrepresented.
I've always wanted to ask you this question, Hassan.
Go ahead. I'm not divorced. You two are doing well though. A great discussion, man. It's really...
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
When a Muslim woman gets divorced, all right.
Yes.
Does the and she goes, wants
just let's say do Islamic court, yeah.
Yeah, once, and let's say she wants to remarry again, all right.
Yeah.
Does the man have a problem that she's no longer a virgin?
No, of course not.
No,
why would it be a problem? She has kids. It's fine. Only in some cultures there's a problem, but the faith doesn't have a problem.
But don't Islam promote virginity?
It promotes not having sex outside of marriage. A woman being married 2 or 3 times is just as valuable as a woman who's never been married.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Why wouldn't she be?
From a Christian perspective, she's no longer valuable.
No, okay, fair enough.
She's no longer valuable. Yeah. Jake is back.
Does that help a nuclear family or not? Because look scientifically, right? You don't need a mother or father. You need a mother or father to produce a child, but not to raise a child. I don't know biology works. It's a joke. Wait. You skipped it halfway through. Let me repeat.
I got here, bro.
Yeah, almost my chair. I'm at work and I almost fell off my chair.
Okay. You back in your chair?
That's crazy. I was like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
Okay.
Back on my chair, Hassan.
All right, welcome back to the Sci-Fi Channel, guys. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
You need a mother and father to produce a child, but you don't need a mother and father to raise a child. You need a mother figure and a father figure, right? So obviously, in an ideal situation, you have your mother, father, and the child. But if the father and the mother divorce, and the father remarries, and he takes custody of the child, and the new mother's in, it's just as good as.
I disagree.
Okay, statistically speaking, that mother may not care about that child as much as she cares about her own child, yes. But the point I'm making is divorce isn't the be all and the end all.
It is for our religion. But hold on, Jake, did you have anything to rebuttal against what I said?
What was it? What was the last thing you said? I'm sorry.
In regards to what I was saying,
as a solution,
because you asked me a question about secular, what advice would I give to all these secular people?
Oh yes, actually, I'm glad you reminded me. Yes, I do have something to rebuttal on that. So you stated like my advice to the people that aren't necessarily on that religious base like you was say, go find God, go find Jesus, and that's it. And dude, trust me, that's great advice on that level. But at the end of the day, you can't approach people, just my opinion. You can't approach people in a way to where it's just be a Bible thumper. Just go and find Jesus and all your problems will be solved. That's not the way the human mind works. So my logic on that is the only thing you could do is provide the information for said person. Whatever it is on a personal level, we talk about God, we talk about Jesus, we talk about, the Quran, Hassan's point of views. And whatever the person, this is why these conversations are so good, because we talk about this stuff. Somebody can listen into this and get something out of it, right? I'm just saying whatever you decide to use on that information is up to you, okay? Now, as far as advice, going back to the secular aspect, everybody's secular, you have to adjust to that. Because when you adjust to it, this is why I would say that Andrew Tate is more of a net positive. Andrew Tate's actually, to an extent, navigating people to religion, even though it might not be, the Muslim, like the pure Muslim or the pure Christian, etc. At least he's letting them be their foot in the door. When you have your foot in the door and you have somebody that you respect and you put your foot in that door, it could lead to so much more to that. So
Jake,
that's what I'm saying. When it comes,
can I just elaborate what I was, what my point actually was, what my reply actually was? My reply was, I would tell secular people, you are not reproducing. You are self-destructing. This is what, and look at the statistics. The statistics prove it. The red pill loves to bring statistics, right? Well, I'm bringing my statistics as well. Your way of life, your promiscuous way of life doesn't work. Engaging in hookup culture doesn't work. Why? Because it has produced moral degeneracy. It has lowered the birth rate. It has it's consistently killing the marriage is consistently on the decline. Nuclear families are not forming because of that. So I would say, to my advice to these secular people would be, look at the statistics, look at the facts. Your way of thinking, your belief system doesn't work. So if you want to save the Western world, you either convert to an ideology that does the opposite, or you die out. What the red pill is doing is telling men to adapt, meaning to continue the very same promiscuity that put them here in the first place.
Okay. There's an alarm going on. I have that same alarm. Go on, Octavio.
Yeah. Oh, no. What do you have to say to that?
Okay, so now I get where well, actually I already kind of got where you're coming from on that. So you're saying the seculars, I get you there. Like, and it goes back to what I'm saying. Marriage is about reproducing, right? So it doesn't work when you're just living a degenerate lifestyle. And I can agree with you there, Octavio, but you have to realize that the red pill doesn't just attract men that want to live that lifestyle. And like I said before, earlier in this podcast, all the red pill is giving you information about how women nature is, how to gain muscle, how to gain money, how to, like, the reality of what makes a man attracted to a woman and what makes a woman attracted to a man, right? That's all the reality is. Again, what you do with that information is up to you. What was that?
What are men using that knowledge? Sorry to interrupt you, Jake. What is the purpose? What is the purpose? Why they tell you how to attract the women? They tell you how to become an attractive man to women. For what purpose?
Yes.
What's the end goal?
Great question. Yeah, so great question there. So when you say what's the purpose of these men, like your Myron Gaines, your Rollo Tomasi, your, I guess, Andrew Tate, and again, all of those men chose different pathways of how you use the red pill. Rollo Tomasi used the red pill to make himself a good marriage, and then Myron uses it for, later he's going to have wives, etc., or whatever you said, which, by the way, I can't predict that. That's up to him. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that the red pill is just truth of how women nature is. What you do with said information is your choice, right? So again, when you state that the red pill is just be a degenerate, go have sex with a bunch of women, and that's all that is. That's not necessarily true. And I think you think that way because you're just looking at like shorts of the Fresh and Fit podcast where they just shit on women. You're just thinking, oh yeah, they're just saying this stuff. If you look the actual like daytime shows, Myron gives a lot of advice that men that call in that are simp men that can attract women. Their money's not on point, and then they'll shit on other men that are calling in. Like these guys will shit on other men in their comment section. The guys that are calling in, they'll shit on them, and then Myron will say, "Shut the hell up, you guys. I bet you are on the same situation. You're a bunch of losers yourselves." Myron will sit there and actually call out his own chat. So Myron isn't coming from a very disingenuous point of view. He's coming from a point of view where he actually genuinely wants to help men.
Okay.
And he's doing it. Yes, he says like.
Let me ask you a question, brother. I actually watch the entire. I used to be a fan of Fresh and Fit. I used to watch every single show. Let me ask you one question. Does the red pill advocate for marriage?
Okay, again, what you describe as the red pill, Rollo Tomassi would say you can get married. Rollo Tomassi does not advocate against marriage. He says you can get married, just know what you're getting into. There's a difference. Myron Gaines has stated multiple times that get married, go ahead and get married, but get married under the church. Get married under the church and know what you're getting into. That's what they state. Now, what they personally say on their advice is, hey, do what you want, but at the end of the day, I don't advise that. That's their point of view. Okay. Now, at the end of the day, they're not Christians, bro. Like Myron is a Muslim like Hassan over here. So, and Hassan doesn't even take him serious on that, which Myron has admitted he's not a good Muslim. Like Myron has stated multiple times, he's not a good Muslim. That's why he doesn't talk about religious points of views. He doesn't try to push religion or try to seem virtuosus on anything. That's another reason why I respect the man. Unlike Pearl Davis, who you probably also think of as like red pill shit, she brings up religion and tries to state that stuff. She's a complete hypocrite when she criticizes women to not be boss babes when her herself is that. So she's a complete drifter. There's a difference. When you categorize a Pearl Davis and a Myron Gaines, that's how things can get very colluded there, bro. So there's a difference when you say red pill. Red pill is just the philosophy, and what you do with that, you have different influencers on what they would recommend. That's what that is.
If I was to line up 10 red pill, 100 red pill guys, right, that listen to Myron and listen to Pearl and listen to the red pill philosophy, I would say 99% of them, 99 would say don't get married. That's Myron's advice. Don't get married because we live in a deregulated dating market, and women cannot be trusted. And as soon as you get married, she can take half. She can take your kids away from you. She can take all of that away from you.
That's fact. So
even another guy.
True. He ain't lying.
So I would say 99 of those guys would say yes. Red pill tell us not to get married. Look at Donovan Sharp. Yeah, he even made a mockery of marriage by having. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure you saw it. Maybe would you consider that marriage? No, that was not. That was a mockery of marriage. He even went as far as saying, by the power invested in me. So I absolutely categorically can say that. Myron, Donovan Sharp, Rollo Tomassi even wrote it. Pearl, they all advocate for secular men not to get married, and they've got good reasons for it. They say that modern women are not good anymore. Modern women are not good. They will take half of your stuff. They are more promiscuous than ever. These are the reasons that they give for men not to get married.
Jay, can I ask you a question? We all grow up. We all live in the West. Me, you, and Octavio. But me and Octavio don't have this sense of crisis that people who watch Fresh and Fit do, that need these abstract, drastic, possibly drastic solutions to what is seen as a crisis. Doesn't that an indication that a more traditional religious path is a solution to this storm wind of a problem that's going on in the West?
Okay, so you're saying that because you guys are more religious based, which, by the way, those are two different. Wait, Hassan, are you a Christian?
I'm Muslim.
He's gonna be a Christian soon.
You're Muslim.
Never.
You're Muslim. Okay.
I'm always Muslim.
No, honestly, Hassan, you need to convert to Christianity. But I'll tell you this.
No.
So you're
Yeah.
Muslim. Octavio, Octavio is Christian. Those are very two different ideologies that clash very much so. Correct? Am I wrong on that?
You're wrong. Only on one or two particular points. The crucifixion of Christ, that Christ is a God represented on earth, or a godly figure. But in most cases, we're very similar.
Yeah, but
Okay.
those are big.
Okay,
Those are
cool.
big. Those are big ones.
Those are big ones. That's true. But they're not.
No,
in
I
practicality
can
on
name a
day-to-
lot.
Okay. Okay. I'm fair. I stand corrected. I'm fair.
Go ahead, Jake.
No, I was gonna say no. I can name a lot of different different ideologies on both religions. I had asked
Sure.
you earlier in the podcast that, and again, this is from another channel that talked about. They brought up the verses of the Quran that you can
Yes.
beat your woman as long
Yes.
as you don't leave bruises. Is that
Sure.
correct?
I have to double
Okay,
check it. I
cool.
have to quote it. The bit that says no bruises. I've read that chapter. I've read that verse. It's strike or something along those lines, or beat or something along those lines. But I wouldn't want to misrepresent it. I want to send you a link to one. So be a carrier.
Right. And again, I'm not judging on that. I'm not saying it's
I don't think you are.
it's crazy
It's
or
fine
anything
to
like
quote. If it's in
Yeah,
the book,
I'm not
it's
saying
It's
that.
fine. Yeah.
that. Sure. And again, like just like even when I was a kid, my father disciplined me. He hit me. He didn't leave bruises, etc. And again, as the leader of the household, you make decisions. I'm not saying to fucking beat your wife, but at the end of the day, I'm not saying to physically do that, but you do that through your voice, through your freedom of speech, and you correct the woman that way, because there's a difference between men and children.
But I think
understand that.
I think you were leading to a question.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. So earlier before you had, I'm sorry, son.
No worries.
What was the topic at hand
question.
prior?
Okay, so the point I'm making, Octavio and I made Octavio can correct me, accept that there is a crisis in the West in terms of how male and female dynamic is, but we, again, Octavio can correct me, have no fear of being affected by this crisis because of our religious foundation. I certainly do. Right, I have no questions or qualms of finding a good Muslim woman when I hopefully do decide to get married, and that she'd be suitable for me and I'll be suitable for her. And if there is any disagreements between each other, there'd be limited disagreements. It wouldn't be a case of, hey, I want our son to be trans and blah, 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 whatever it may be, whatever nonsense that Western society decides to produce this generation or this year or this week. I don't think I'll be having those conversations.
Right.
I have no questions, no qualms. I doubt my wife will ever say, hey, do you want to spice up things in the bedroom or have another person? No, I don't think those things will ever occur. Right? I don't think my wife will consider prioritizing her career over her family, and neither would I prioritize my entertainment and my desire to be free and my lust to be unlimited over my family, whatever it may be. She wouldn't have the expectation of me, and I wouldn't have the expectation of her. It really does seem that the red pill presents half a solution. It's half the truth, which eventually ends up just being a lie. When the religious foundation, which presents an absolute solution. Okay, you may have the examples of a man and a woman will get married in the West, and a man and a woman will decide to get divorced. And in most cases, the woman instigates the divorce, and the man will pay heavy financial and emotional penalties for that divorce. That's a shame. That's a serious problem in the West. I would say just don't tell the state. It's a lot easier. And whatever you have, you can write a will by hand or have a will written in a private by a private law firm, and this is yours and this is mine. I donate this to this person, whatever it may be, as a solution to any inheritance issues. So a part of bringing the state into your marriage, I don't agree with. But religious women, in most cases, are a far better option than irreligious women, and religion really does seem to be the solution, not the red pill, not anything else.
Yeah. No, you're totally right on that, Hassan, because you're 100% right that religious women make better wives. I'm not disputing that. They really do. In fact, the red pill promotes that as well. Like Myron has stated that from a Muslim point of view, he states that you want a woman that's in the religious points of views. That's 100% true. And when you say it's only the half truth, because as a man, you need to live up to that as well, right? That's your argument. And I can agree. I can agree with you.
So that isn't my argument. My argument is pick a religion and commit to it.
But Hassan, if it's a false religion, because obviously you think Octavio and myself are false religions, correct? Christianity is a false religion?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Well, I wouldn't want to use those words. I wouldn't want to use those words because there's the people of the book.
Why not?
It's Quran. Because the Quran says the people of the book. I, as a Muslim, can marry a Christian woman and she keep her Christian faith. I can marry a Jewish woman and she keep her Jewish faith.
What?
Yes.
No way. Really?
Yes. I can marry a Christian woman who's a virgin.
Your religion is false.
Fair enough. That kind of hurts my feelings.
Hassan. No, I'm sorry, Hassan. I'm sorry, but the point is,
I'll send you the link as well. I'll send you the link of the chapter that says marry Christian women who are chaste or Muslim women who are chaste. And yeah. But it's in this.
For sure.
Yeah.
Wow, I've never heard that. I've really never heard that.
This is why people need to pick up the Quran, read it. So I'll let you finish.
Yeah. By the way, Hassan, I would love to get your take on the whole Palestine Israel conflict that's going on. That's going to be a whole other conversation, to be honest. But we need to do this again because that's a whole other subject. Because I don't want to refrain from that. But But anyways, So going back to your question when you're talking about like the red pill and a religious perspective, I do agree with you. Yes, you need a religious woman, that's for sure. Yeah. And the red pill doesn't dispute that. It really doesn't. Okay. Now they have their philosophy, and like I said before, and again, I'm stating it again, the red pill is only the knowledge of how women think and how it goes about. The red pill is just truth. Whatever you do with said truth is up to you. Okay. They're just saying whatever you use. Now, again, however you want to use it, that's fine. Some people use it for marriage. Other men use it for trying to get laid and etc. And so the point is that they're telling the truth. Not only that, podcasts like Fresh and Fit are telling young men how to get wealthy on that, right?
Okay.
Yes, they're not talking about religion.
Question, Jay. I'm watching Myron Gaines. He says a part of respect in a relationship with a woman, a part of respect is fear. How am I, as a layman who doesn't have any religious foundation or background, that has no other guidance, how am I supposed to instill fear in my woman?
Okay, that's a great question. So he's answered that already. So he stated when he talks about fear, he says, look, women, when they get comfortable, when they have no like they're just carefree, etc. Hypergamy is a real thing. So a lot of these women, when you're lacking masculine frame, they're more likely to venture off, etc. And I'm not saying all women, not all, but many women will have that mentality, especially if you're going after women that are very attractive. You know, if you're going after fat girls, you probably not you won't have to worry about that as much. But a lot of women tend to, if you don't have enough frame, they will venture off. Now, he says the way to strike that fear is, and this is his quote. He says, bitch, don't get too comfortable, right? That's his quote. What he means by that is saying, when you're with a woman, you need to make sure to give her the illusion that you could leave her. Give her the illusion that, hey, I can do better than you, because women like a man that is superior to them, not a man that is weaker than them, that's lower than them. And again, even hypergamy studies have showed this. Women date either equal or above. They don't date below. So if you're below that standard, a woman is more likely to divorce you. And studies have shown this. Again, I've stated this in America. 16 of the major cities here in the United States, women are out earning the men, and those women are not sticking around with them. So what he's stating has some truth to that. That is
this is why I say he's presenting half truths. Fear is an important component, But a solution to establishing that fear doesn't mean I'm going to lift weights in the living room instead of the gym to make sure she can see how broke my muscles are. Doesn't mean that I go out and I prove to her, hey, I can replace you. This is juvenile. The correct fear is the fear of God. So when she's not with you, when she cannot see you, when she sees you in your weakest point, because you're only human being, right? You're a human being. You can't completely keep up this Flintstone. Look at me, I'm body rubble or whatever it is. Look how strong and powerful I am, whatever it may be, image to a person. Because you're only human being. She's gonna at some point she's gonna hear you fart, or she's gonna smell your poo when you finish with the toilet, whatever it may be. It should be the
yeah.
It's
yeah,
the
no, I got
it's
you
the
there.
fe-
I got
the
you there.
fear of God. The fear of God will make sure that she's loyal when she's with you and when she's not with you. When you leave the home, when you're in the home, whatever it may be. That's why having a religious foundation yourself, establishing yourself as an individual rather than playing some sort of grand chess game with a bunch of women that you desire and building up the skills from there onwards
Sure.
is you're
Sure.
chasing the game. You're
Let me
chasing
let
a
me
never achievable objective. Please,
let me
Octavio, step
let
in.
me chime in on this. Let me chime in on this.
Please go ahead. Please go.
Let me chime in on this. The women that he's talking about modern women. You have to,
Yes.
you have,
And that's
you,
the
you have,
average woman.
yeah, exactly. I don't advocate for men to marry modern women. If you marry modern women, then you deserve the consequences that come with modern women, because modern women.
Octavio, how many women that aren't modern are out there to marry, Octavio, in the West? Like, be realistic. How many women are there that are actually good? Like, is there enough to go around on the average male? Like, really, let's be honest about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be absolutely honest. Because I don't advocate for men to sleep with 50 women, because I don't go to clubs, because I don't go to parties, because I don't do all of these things, I surround myself with completely different people. I surround myself with people that have my values. And in that world, there is plenty. The problem is when you advocate for men to be promiscuous, well, men are going to go to places where promiscuity is widespread, where promiscuity is more likely to happen. And this is the excuse that modern men give themselves. Don't forget, the Christian religion is 2 point something billion. The Islamic religion is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but 1.8 or something like that billion. So
it's a little less, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not just Christian and Islam. There's also Hinduism, Sikhism, all of these. So there's loads of religion,
and
across all religions, across all religions, the divorce is very low in compared to secular people. So what I'm basically saying is, who you surround yourself with absolutely matters. This is why when you look at the red pill, every time they see a conservative getting a divorce, or a tradcon as they like to call them, they love to use the exception to the rule. They love to grab that one person and make an example of him. You see, guys, conservative, even tradcon marriages don't work. No, you're taking one person or two people. You're not looking into in as a whole, and that is the problem with the red pill. I'm being honest with you. The circles that I surround the circles that I hang around with, I don't see this degeneracy. Go ahead, Jake.
Okay. So, you're saying about surrounding, and honestly, Octavio, I believe you when you don't surround yourself, because I know you're a Christian man. Thus, you surround yourself around people that are in the. I assume you go to church in that environment, and I get you there. And at the end of the day, Octavio, I'm not disagreeing on that. What I am saying is that the average male, in the West, Octavio, a lot of them aren't necessarily the Christians, and they might be Christians like myself. Like, I call myself a Christian, but maybe, you wouldn't consider me a Christian. I don't believe in the Trinity. So therefore I'm not an actual Christian. So you wouldn't categorize me in that sense. And that's fine. But my aspect is, yes, find God, and I have these conversations. This is why I want to continue being on this this podcast with you, because you guys talk about religion, you guys talk about politics, you guys talk about the red pill, etc. So I want to be involved in these conversations, to be honest, to be perfectly honest.
Thank you, brother. Thank
The
you,
reason
brother.
for that, yes, yeah, you guys are doing God's work right now because we need more of that. But my point is that I give my opinions. Maybe it might not say that I'm a true Christian, but if you were to talk to men that might not necessarily be a Muslim, a Christian, etc., they might be a Jehovah's Witness. I've actually stated before that I was raised Jehovah's Witness. There's another reason why I don't actually follow or I don't celebrate Christmas or Halloween or any of those holidays. That it's all commercialized in my opinion. But
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is,
Fine.
yeah, brah, yeah. But my point is that I think it's very important for these young men to listen to these different points of views, because I think you're really discrediting men's knowledge here. When a man listens to these things, yes, you're going to have a very sub genre of men that will comment and say rude things, etc. I've said rude things. Honestly, I don't think it's bad to tell a woman she's fat, etc. And they're just having fun with it. It's just fun. But it's not something that you paint a picture that all these men are incels, you know, what they want you to think of. These men are listening to this advice. They're seeing the full picture. They have a good idea. And if you look at Fresh and Fit on their call-in shows, you have a lot of these guys that try to tell them that you're a misogynist. I follow you guys. You guys are great, but you're this thing that you said about women, you're going too far. And they say, bro, you're dissing on me for talking about women, but you do realize I talk massively bad about men and how they should step up. And that's the message that he's giving. All that late night with women shit, that all goes viral, bro. That all goes viral. And it's capitalism. That's how it is. That's how they make their money. That's how they can fund the show. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't be around on the internet.
Can I ask you a question, Jake? What advice?
Go for it. Go for it.
What advice would you give to the average men, all right, in the Western world?
Yeah.
That is not religious. He's just a modern man, all right. What advice would you give him? What advice would you give him? Go ahead.
Okay, so that's a great question. What advice would I give to the average men? By the way, I've met a lot of average men, and like I told you before, I'm here in Texas. I'm on the border over here in Mexico, Octavio. So I have a lot of people in my community that speak Spanish and only Spanish. It's a real thing. But I've met a lot of men that aren't good with women. They're terrible with women. They don't understand it. But they're not angry, but they say, like, you know, they like playing video games. They like watching Netflix. They're into Marvel movies and stuff like that. Like, they're into all the psyop of today's Matrix, Octavio. So the advice that I would give to these men, first off, before you can find God, you need to overcome all that garbage. You need to realize that you're being psyoped. Then I would say, look, this is what it is, because that's how you open their minds to society. Some of these men believe in God, but they don't actually really follow the Bible or read it, or they don't look at stories, etc. So my point is, you need to hit them in a point of view to where, look, this is what society is. I'm not going to point them to Andrew Tate or Myron Gaines or anything like that. I'm going to point them to a particular solution where, why is it that you're bad with women? Okay. It's probably, and a lot of them, bro, I'm not going to lie, they're terrible. They're not in shape. They don't know how to talk to girls. I've met a lot of them. They're into anime. They're into Marvel movies, and they're good people. Like, they're good guys. My advice is, look, bro, you need to start off by stop caring about what society puts out. All the content that society puts out, your Marvel movies, your video games, all that shit, stop caring about that. Hit the gym, okay? And some of them make actually good money. Some of them do. Focus on your money. 3, if you care about attracting women, okay, you need to build up game. Okay, you need to learn how a woman's perspective is. It's female nature. I would recommend them to read David Buss's last what's it called? Last Ape on Earth. Dr. David Buss. He's a psychologist on evolutional psychology books. And I would say, look, just to understand the psychology level, you need to do that, because I truly believe that you need to learn psychology, biology, history, religion. That's a big one, or the Bible, and you need to learn. That was another one. But anyways, those are 4 big ones right there. You need to learn those aspects. So I would recommend reading that. When a man reads those things, you can get closer to God. I'm not saying, your version and a man only goes to the Bible and that's it. I am saying that you need to lead a man to steps to get to God. That's my point there. And you lead the man.
Sorry. When it comes to choosing a woman, yeah. Sorry if I wasn't too specific. When it comes to choosing a woman, what kind of a woman would you tell the average man to get? If you had to, advise them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a great question. So what woman that I would recommend them to get a woman that has a 2-parent household, a woman that's raised by her dad. The reason for that is because if she's raised by her father, that means she actually has some type of male respect, right? Don't get a woman that has multiple kids. And if you do, just know the consequences of that, okay? Just know that you're going to have to work harder on women that have children, okay? I'm not saying they're bad, etc., but I wouldn't recommend it. But if you're going that route, that's what it is. So I would recommend the average man to get a woman that is raised by a 2-parent household, that is younger than you, because most men like women that are younger than them, and a woman that ask her specific questions on first dates. I would even recommend, if you're going to take her out on a date, don't take her out somewhere too expensive. If she has a problem with that, get rid of her. If she has a problem with you taking her to fucking a movie and Taco Bell afterwards, get rid of her. So there's certain traits that you could read that she's a woman that doesn't necessarily respect the male masculine form. So I would recommend getting girls that are that respect that masculine figure, because regardless if she's religion or not, if a woman respects you, she'll follow you. And if you are a religious man, she will follow Jesus because of that man. That's my advice.
Okay. So you mentioned 2-parent
Is that crazy?
household. No. You mentioned 2-parent household. All right. Usually, when we see 2-parent households, we usually see them in religious sectors. When we look at women that come from 2-parent households, and what holds 2-parent households are people that tend to be religious, right? No single parent. Yep. So yep. And a woman that's not too materialistic, right? And a woman that respects masculinity. All right. Those are all these are the traits that I would find in a religious woman. I would not find these traits in a modern Western woman. I would not find these traits in modern women. A modern woman, I will find that most of them come from single parent households. They like living a lavish lifestyle. They don't respect masculinity. So every trait that you mentioned, I know you didn't touch on the body count, but every single trait that you mentioned are religious traits. They are not secular traits. They do not come from secular, feminist, liberal trait. They do not come from secular liberal ideology.
And I never made that argument, Octavio.
Yeah.
I never made that argument.
Yeah. No, I understand.
I never made that argument that they're coming from that. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why I asked the reason why I asked is when you ask the average man what a good woman to them is, I bet you the type of
Mhm.
woman that they will describe is pretty much what a religious woman is. So to me, it's mind-boggling why they wouldn't follow the religious the religious path if the very same woman that they would that they are describing is a religious woman. If I was to ask you one question, Jake, would you like, I'm gonna give you three options. Jake,
Yeah, go for it.
what would you prefer? A woman with a high body count, low body count, or a virgin?
Bro, that's the most idiotic. Of course, a virgin, and
There
the
you
second choice
go.
is with a low body count.
And who's more
it's biologically programmed in men, bro.
And who's more likely to be a virgin? A religious woman or a modern feminist woman?
100%. But nowadays, when it comes to religion, even these religious chicks aren't virgins. Octavio,
That's not
and studies have even shown that.
Jake, that's not a
Hold
religious
on.
woman.
But you can't cop it out by saying because they had sex they're not a religious woman, okay? And again, I don't believe, again, when it comes to the heart, only God can judge that.
Okay, so it seems like you keep moving the goalpost, Jake. It seems like you accept the idea that the red pill is a practical solution. Maybe that's the wrong time I'm using, but it seems like you accept the idea that the red pill and these YouTube verse is a practical solution where religion has failed.
Hassan, hold on. I'm asking
Never
Jake.
said that.
I'm asking Jake a question. Jake, think about this. Would you say a gangster that doesn't go out and shoot people, would you call him a gangster?
A gangster that doesn't go out and shoot people, is he a real gangster? Well, if he's drug dealing, then he's probably still a gangster, and he's doing gangster shit. He's involved in criminal activity. He's still a gangster. Yeah.
Okay, a gangster that is not involved in criminal activity, would you call him a gangster?
He would be a former gangster. Yeah.
Yes. No, exactly. A woman that claims that she's religious, right? And she doesn't adhere to the religion, is not a religious woman. A religious woman would be a woman that believes in the religion and practices the religion. Because I would never advise a man to go out
100%.
and marry a woman who believes in being sexually active while claiming to be religious. That is not. I would never advise a man to
Octavio,
do that.
how many of those women are around?
Like I said, depending.
How many of those women are around?
Yep. Depending on your
you need a
circle.
big portion, because how many men are there that actually look out there and have to accept that, dude, you're not going to get a virgin, okay? Especially young men that are in their 20s, etc. A lot of women, the average the time that a woman loses their virginity here in the West, again, body count. A lot of these women lose their virginity around 14 to 15 years old.
And most of
they're not a lot. It's not like there's a lot of them. Octavio, you're married. Did you marry a virgin?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's a tough question. But I'm sorry, you don't even have to answer that. But the point is that the average male doesn't do that. The average male doesn't marry a virgin.
Do you know why, Jake?
Octavio?
Do you know why, Jake?
You have to.
Do you know why? The reason why they don't marry, or they say things like virgins don't exist. How many virgins can there possibly be? The reason why is because the average man is the one consuming all the content. The average man is engaged in a lustful lifestyle. The average man is looking to satisfy his lustful desires rather than actually pursue a woman for a serious relationship. The average man does not believe in religious values. Because he does not believe in religious values, what he does is he believes in hookup culture values. So the average man will fund OnlyFans. The average man will validate bad behavior from women online. The average
Yes.
man will fund the
Yes.
sex industry. The average man is not looking
Yes.
for virgins. They're looking for selfish gratification, for instant selfish gratification. That's what the average man is looking for.
Yes. And I'll tell you this, the average woman is literally not abiding by any rules at all. The average woman doesn't respect the average man. The average
agree.
woman finds the average man repulsive. So there's big scales here. Octavio, I totally agree with you when you say that it's the man's fault of why, or I don't know if you said this. I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of my ass, but I do believe that it's the man's fault of why these women nowadays have this mentality, because men are the ones that gave them the right to vote. They're the ones that gave them the workforce. They're the ones that gave them birth control. They're the ones that gave them abortion. We have men in politics that are simps and give these luxuries to women. And then you have simps validating a lot of these women that aren't even attractive. You have fat, fucking ugly, disgusting women that are on OnlyFans, bro, that are getting validated by desperate men. So obviously there is a masculine crisis here in the West, especially in the West, which is why I disagree with Hassan. There's a huge masculine crisis, okay? We need to address that first and foremost, okay? In the Bible, you've seen King Solomon, who had multiple wives. He was a Chad. The guy was an alpha male, okay? Yes, his fall happened, etc. But at the end of the day, when you look at the Bible, it's full of masculine, powerful men. I'm just stating that in the red pill, and not only just the red pill in general. Can you see where I'm coming from on that?
Yeah. I know where you're coming from. What you call masculine, what you really talk, I don't want to put words into your mouth, of course, but what it really means is moral men. Moral men have moral standards and have boundaries. That's what makes them masculine. The problem is not a lack of masculinity. The problem is morality. Morality, the average men, the reason why they fund the sex industry is because of immorality. All right, that's the reason why, and that immorality makes you less masculine. You mentioned King Solomon. I don't know if you mentioned, David is another one.
A thousand wives. David's another one that had multiple wives. King Solomon had, I believe, 1,000. I think, or no, he had 700, but he mated with 1,000 or something around that nature.
Yeah, and he disobeyed.
But he was
God.
considered one of the wisest kings in the Bible.
Yes, and also King David disobeyed God, and because because what he did is he gave into his lust. That the reason why he fell was because what he was doing was not masculine. What he was doing was indulging in his lustful desires. That's what he was doing. And unfortunately, that's what most men in the Western world are pursuing. They are pursuing their lustful desires rather than meaningful relationships, rather than marriage. The average man is not after marriage. The average man is after satisfying his lustful desires.
100%. It's sex. They're addicted. They're addicted to sex. That's exactly what it is.
And Myron is fueling that. Myron is fueling that by making them believe that they are somehow achieving some righteous cause, because you'll make them understand female nature. This man has slept with over 300 women, and he claims, do you think he's going to stop anytime soon? Oh, is this the? Oh, is he?
I don't know. I don't know his heart.
You don't need to hypothesize. You don't need to hypothesize.
At this point, it's lust. It's no longer trying to understand female nature. What he should agree. He should just come out and be honest and say, guys, I'm out here just having sex because I'm a lustful person. That's it. And what does the hookup culture promote? Lust. The only reason why we don't have the reason why there's a lack of virgins, the reason why we have so many modern women is because these men keep validating bad behavior from women. The day it stops is the day these women will think twice about what men want. Just imagine right now, Jake. Just a quick experiment. Just imagine with me for 1 second, Jake. Imagine every man right now stop paying for OnlyFans, stop validating bad behavior from women
The world
online.
would be a better place. I agree.
No. How quick will these women change? How quick will they say, "Oh my God, how do I get attention from men now?" Think about that. Jake.
Yeah. Here's the thing. If that happened, because I've thought about that already, and I understand where you're coming from on that, Octavio. The point is, if women overnight all of a sudden start getting attention, they wouldn't even know how to comprehend it. They wouldn't understand it. It would take them 5 years, 10 years, and a male to tell them what the reason is in order for them to comprehend that. The devil has so much control that the devil will still not release their brainwash mentality, Octavio. So it's not like it's going to happen overnight. These women are so brainwashed, it's not going to be that case. But I get you there. I want to also reply on something else, but finish your thought.
Yeah. The what I'm basically saying is that the modern relationships, modern values that comes from liberalism, that comes from feminism, they don't work. This is why the birth rate has declined. This is the reason why the West is not reproducing enough of itself in order to replace itself. Modern feminist values do not work, and what Red Pill eventually finally advocates for do not work, because it goes back to promiscuity. That's the problem, and this is why the West is falling. That's the reason why. Until men become moral again, it won't change, Jake. It really won't.
Octavio, the Red Pill has only been mainstream for the past year and a half. This crisis has been happening long before the Red Pill went mainstream. Okay, so if you're saying it's the Red Pill that's doing all this damage, what was doing that damage prior, before the Red Pill went mainstream? Who did that damage?
Feminism. Feminism did the damage.
Then therefore, feminism is still doing that damage, Octavio.
And you know,
it has nothing to do with the Red Pill.
Jake, and the Red Pill has come on and is now advocating for the same damage. That's the issue that that's what I'm trying to make, to let you see.
But you're wrong on that. Who is doing that? Give me a specific name. Who is advocating for damaging that nuclear family?
Rollo Tomasi, Myron,
Nope.
Just Pearl.
Nope.
All of them are advocating for
Yes.
men to they're advocating for men to literally they give up on the Western world.
Octavio, I can agree with you with one out of the three you named. You said Rollo Tomasi. That's not true. He's stated a lot of things, but it's not about him destroying the nuclear family. He has a nuclear family. He stated that multiple times. It's not about that. Again, it goes back to the Red Pill of what you do with it. Myron, he's not doing the same thing at all. Yes, he has his opinion about getting 50 girls, etc., but he doesn't say that all the time. Just Pearly things, what you stated right there, Pearl Davis is a drifter. She's a moron. She's actually the most damaging. She is the one that's actually misrepresenting that community, but she's not actually Red Pill. She's just a drifter. That's all she is. Kevin Samuels, do you respect Kevin Samuels?
Absolutely, because Kevin Samuels advocated for marriage. Kevin Samuels had a page where
Kevin Samuels said when a man cheats, he's just exercising options. What's your opinion on that?
Yes. When a man cheats, he's exercising his options. No, well, Kevin Samuels' final message is, it is stupid.
He said that.
No, I know he said that. What Kevin Samuels was really trying to say was, you should not be breaking up over a man cheating. That was his final message.
So Myron says the same thing.
And do I agree that a woman shouldn't break up a marriage because a man cheated? Absolutely, I absolutely agree with it.
So do
all
I.
right, but
yes, I agree with that too.
But should we advocate for men to cheat? No, we shouldn't. Okay,
No. No.
Cheating is lying, by the way. Cheating is lying, okay?
But
what I would
that's an
say is,
example of what's the
but
problem with the red pill,
Myron,
though.
hold
They
on,
say
no,
they,
but
they
Myron, here's the problem here. Myron doesn't
men
do
cheat,
that.
women can't
Myron
cheat.
states if you're gonna do no, but Myron says if you're gonna do that, I wouldn't recommend doing it behind her back. If you're gonna do that, do it up front. Don't lie to
Yes.
them.
Or not?
He
Why
states
not just
that
not do it at
multiple
all?
times.
I
Do
would
you
say-
agree?
I would say-
He has the same Kevin Samuels philosophy, guys.
yeah. I would say, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
would say that what Kevin Samuels did differently was Kevin Samuels had a page where he would show that men and women that listen to his content are getting married. He was trying to repair the black community, all right? Because the black community is rampant with lust and hookup culture, all right? This is what's creating
Every
all the
community
single
is.
parents. Is creating. You see, this is not what Myron is advocating for. Myron is not advocating for marriage. I do not believe that for 1 second. I do not believe that Rollo Tomasi, even though he's married, I do not believe that he's advocating for marriage. And just
Kevin
Pearl
Samuels
definitely
wasn't married.
no. What Kevin Samuels was in his personal life, and what he just because I'm not married, it doesn't mean that marriage is bad. It means that marriage is good.
I
So
agree.
he was bringing people together. He was getting the black community married again. That was very different from what the red pill advocates for men today. What the red pill advocates for men
I'm not talking
today.
about the red pill. I'm talking about Myron Gaines.
Yeah, Myron Gaines.
It's
Okay,
very different
Myron
here
Gaines-
because you put
well,
Pearlie in there. Pearlie's not red pill, bro.
what Myron Gaines advocates for, in my opinion, is the same thing that feminism advocates for. It leads to the same conclusion: is promiscuity that leads to no marriage. This is why Myron Gaines is out here. This is why when Myron Gaines decides to finally settle down, he's not going to marry a woman from the Western world. He's going to go all the way down there.
Yeah.
He's going to get a religious woman. He's going to do the opposite to
What he's
what
telling
he
everybody else.
advocates for men, which is hypocritical. He's doing what I'm telling men
It's not.
to do.
No. But here's the thing, Octavio. You said that you consumed a lot of Fresh and Fit content. Did you consume the morning shows where they're just where it's just Myron and Fresh talking? Did you consume those, or did you only consume the late night stuff?
Oh, yes. I consumed the early shows as well. They talk about men becoming more attractive. They talk about men making money. They talk about all of those things.
Yes. And along with that, they also spoke about marriage. They spoke that, hey, if you're going to get married, know what the consequences are when it comes to the state. This is why I say the state's very involved and they fucks over a lot of men. This is why the suicide rates are so high. It's why a lot of men are depressed. Dude, and I've said this multiple times. Men are the disposable gender. Women are taken care of, but men are the disposable gender. We die at war. We die at work. Suicide rates. We're the homeless. Men have no appreciation when it comes to society. And that's fine because we're the ones that sacrifice, okay? And I'm fine with that. The point is, Myron points that out. So if you're going to get married, know the consequences. In his opinion, he says, don't get married in the West. If you have the money, go overseas in the Middle East or whatever, get yourself a woman that is actually a religious figured woman. He says this, Octavio. So when you're going to sit there and say that Myron doesn't preach that stuff, he's preaching the same shit that you're saying right now. Octavio, honestly, if you had a conversation with Myron, dude, you and Myron would actually agree with so much more, like 98% of the shit you guys say would be agreed on. But but for whatever reason, you want to do that. You want to kind of attack Myron. I'm just talking Myron, not the red pill.
Yeah. I'm not attacking Myron. I was gonna ask you a question.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm loving this, by the way.
So am I.
do you think that that uh what was the question I was going to ask? I had the perfect question. The perfect question. Do you think that Myron
Sorry.
okay, yeah, that's it. I remember it now. All right. If I was to say to a bunch of if I was to say to 20,000 men, look guys, I think marriage is great. But I think you guys should be very careful because marrying in today's society, she's going to take half. She's going to she's going to take away the kids. She's going to do all of these things. You're going to get, she's going to take you to the cleaners. If I was to give you that advice, right, to 20,000 men, how many men would be thinking, "Oh, I want to get married"? You see, my issue is not that Myron doesn't know
99%.
Most men would say, "I'm
No,
not
it's
going to
true.
get married." Most men would say, "I'm not going to get
No,
married."
most men would ignore that and actually still follow through because a lot of men are dumb and they'll actually still do that with a woman. You see a lot of these men paying for OnlyFans. Myron Gaines will sit there and say, "Don't do that," but you still have a whole bunch of men doing it. So when he says, "Don't get married because you're going to get fucked over," you're still going to get a bunch of portion of men doing that.
And that's what I'm saying. You just agreed with me. Jake, you've just agreed with me.
That's what I'm saying.
You literally,
a big portion of men still will go against it. Yeah.
Hold on. You just agreed with me, Jake, when you said Myron tells them not to get married, but some of them are still going to get married. So what is Myron's final message?
A lot of them will. Most of them will.
Not to get married. So and instead what Myron should be saying to these guys is this, because he himself is going to follow his own. You see, Myron's true advice should be this, guys. I believe in marriage, but what you need to do is get married to a religious woman. All right, because a religious woman is more likely to stay committed to you. She believes in the authority of God. She's more likely to be a virgin. This is what Myron's message should be, because this is exactly what Myron is going to do when he decides to go all the way down to the west. Go to his country.
Yes.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
So instead, what does Myron tell men to do? Does he tell them to do that? He says, no. He says, don't get married. Don't get married. Hold on. He says,
in the West.
Hold on. He says, we live in a deregulated marketplace. These women are more promiscuous than ever. Do not get married to them. Do not get married to them because they're going to take you to the cleaners. And that's it. So the message is not to get married. Instead of him saying, guys, look, listen, if I was you, I would marry a religious woman instead of these modern women. I don't hear that from Myron.
Well, the thing is, Octavio, like I said before, you and Myron agree on literally 99% of the fucking shit that you're talking about. Everything that you're stating, the difference is that you word it differently. You're wording it in a much more nicer sense. Myron doesn't do that, and that's fine. I can still get the message across of what it is. But the point is, Myron states, look, there's not a whole lot of religious women out there. If you're going to marry the modern day woman, you're going to get taken to the cleaners. This is why you need to be aware of the red pill and be aware of their nature. So that way you can mitigate as much damage as possible, Octavio.
Why not just cut the middleman and become more religious? I still don't understand why that isn't a solution. You can't find religious women if you're not looking.
No. I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that at all. But again,
but
y'all's
this is the
definition
point.
of being religious.
But this is the point. This is the issue I have with Myron. It's do this and do that to play to make the most of this game. In some cases, the only way to win a game is not to play it. Why not just become religious, find a religious woman, as he plans to, when he decides to retire from this circus of this sexual circus, not this marketplace, not this dating marketplace, more of a circus. Once he decides to retire from it, he'll go down the religious path and live like every other religious man. Have your wife, have your job, do what you do to commit to the family. But why doesn't he just cut the middleman? Clearly, it's out of some sort of worldly desire. It seems like, I'm making the assumption, presenting a solution to a problem that you could just avoid, right? Rather than just, why is he just cutting the middleman and go straight to the solution?
Yeah, that's a great question. So why not just cut the middleman and just say, guys, just find God and that's it? If Myron's message right when they were having the podcast Fresh and Fit, and Fresh and Myron were just talking about religious points of views and that's it, you do realize you wouldn't even know Myron Gaines' name at this point. You wouldn't know Myron Gaines, you wouldn't know Fresh. This podcast wouldn't have taken off. And again, no, it wouldn't have. No, it wouldn't have. Okay.
No, I wouldn't want to know
to the same extent.
No, I agree with you. I just don't think Fresh and Fit are benefit to society.
Okay, well, I'm going to get to that point right now. But the thing is, if they just cut the middleman and they were just doing that same aspect, and again, these guys are we're all fallen sons and daughters of God. Okay, we all go through that path a certain way. My point is, what they're preaching is truth. They're not lying. At any case, yes, you might call them hypocrites. They might say X, Y, Z, etc. I disagree with that because I can understand them on a basic level, but I'm a, just like you guys, I am much more of a higher thinking aspect of what they mean. But there's different opinions of how that is. The point is, we're talking about the average person. They're helping more average people by going about their own natural nature of how they go about it, etc. to have these conversations. And I guarantee it, guys, if it wasn't for Fresh and Fit, we wouldn't even be talking about the red pill or this
so here's my
type
question.
of topic. If it wasn't...
Hold on, Hassan.
Wait, do you guys agree with me though?
I just want to ask this one question.
We wouldn't be having this conversation.
Please, let me just ask this question, please, guys. What does Fresh and Fit tell the general public that you, from a Christian perspective, Jesus hasn't told them already, and I, as a Muslim, Allah hasn't told us already?
Do you want to answer that, Octavio?
Oh, it's for me, yeah. Okay.
That's for both of you guys.
Okay.
But and you wanted to say something else, please.
Yeah. Actually, a religious woman had that. Not an atheist woman. Who used to be a Muslim. I had that debate with Myron, and she absolutely destroyed Myron and Fresh. Even all the guys that were on the table were absolutely speechless because she literally asked them, do you know better than God?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're telling men to basically do what God told them not to do. And Myron says, well, we live in a different time now. So so she asked, are you telling me then that you know better than God? And Myron said, no, I don't. She absolutely caught him on that. If you believe in God, and you believe that God knows better, then why are you telling men to do something different than what God told them to do? That's exactly it. But Myron's entire message is to adapt. Okay. The religious message is not to adapt. It's not to compromise. The religious message is you have to obey God because that's what's best for society in the long run. Myron's message, my question, the question that I was asking, that I would ask Jake, is very similar to what Hassan is asking, which is how exactly is Myron's message helping men? That's what I want to know. How does it help men? How exactly is it helping men if modern day relationships don't work? Because remember, people are not getting married, Jake. People are not getting married. The marriage continues to decline. Okay.
Yeah.
So how exactly is this helping men? And when I say helping men, you have to understand, when we're talking about men, we are talking about legacies. We are talking about the future. All right. We're not just talking about making money and satisfying your own desires. We are not just talking about that. We are talking about long term. So how is this going to help men? Because how it helps men is how it helps the society, the world. Right. So how is Myron's message to not get married helping men?
Okay, great question. So again, I think you're putting a bunch of other messages that Myron gave and putting it on, he's saying not to get married. He had one argument on why you shouldn't get married as a man in 2023. Okay. So if you want to put in the 50 body counts and all that other crap, etc., if you want to nail it down to just this one argument, your question was, what is his message how is it good for society about not getting married? You want to collude a lot of these other messages in there. I'm stating this. If you want to focus on his actual advice when it comes to marriage, he states, if you're going to get married, okay, know the consequences. One, that's good advice. Know the statistics. Know these women could take you to the cleaners, especially if you make a lot of money. Okay. If you're a guy that's a nobody and you're not making money and she makes the same as you don't have to worry about it. So there's different messages there. I'm saying this. It's good messaging to know the facts, Octavio. If you know the facts, therefore you can navigate your marriage in those said facts. If you know that she could do that, etc., know what you're getting into. Okay. If you want to sign a prenup, you can sign a prenup, but know that if you sign a prenup, there's ways around that. Just letting you know, but you can do the prenup. Or don't get married under the state. You can get married under your religion. If you're Muslim, get married under the church and only under the church, and keep that away from the state. It's another advice, although it's hard to do, it's still possible. So there's certain solutions that Myron gives to young men that if you want to get married, the best case is to get married under God. And that is something he states.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Jake? Let's say the religious marriage, right? Let's say you manage to get married and not involve the state, right?
Yeah.
And let's say something goes wrong, right? Remember, the state is not involved. You got married religiously, right?
Yeah.
Let's say there's a divorce. How would the woman be provided for?
Great question. So earlier in this podcast, you stated that religious men that get married don't have to worry about having game or anything like that. They're just married. If they divorce their wives or they do these things, they were never really Christian. And you stated to these guys that you're talking about men that are religious. If they get married, that's what it is. You said we need the state involved in case they get married. And that's what you stated. I'm saying this, even the men, even with you, Octavio, there's still a possibility, unless you say that there's a zero chance you'll ever get married. There's a zero chance that your wife will ever divorce you, or you vice versa divorce your wife. You stated that. And if they do that, they were never really Christians. I'm speaking from that point when it comes to the average male. Okay. Because you can't predict another person's points of views. This is why your original question, when you say, why on earth would you would you state that Myron's advice is going against a biblical text, etc.? My thing is, look, you need to know the facts. Myron doesn't do any of that stuff to where he says don't ever get married and getting married is the devil. He doesn't state that, Octavio. He really doesn't. The only things that you have listened to is the shorts, etc., and Pearly things, which doesn't represent Myron's opinion. Pearly, the whatever podcast, Rolo Tomas, whoever you look at, they don't represent Myron Gaines, and we're talking about Myron. He doesn't state those things. Okay, so back to your original question, which was, can you remind me, Octavio? I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. My question was, if Myron says if you're gonna get married without the state being involved. Okay, fantastic. In case of a divorce, because divorce does happen, even in religious sectors, it happens, but it happens it's very unlikely. All right. Okay, in case it does happen, the woman dedicated her life to this man, because they got married, as in a religion. It was a religious marriage. So the religion can't enforce anything legally because they did not get married in the state. So in case of a divorce, how would that woman be protected? Let's say that man decided to say, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to be. I want to see other women, and I don't just want one woman. And if you're not okay with it,
it's a great question.
How would that woman be protected?
Yeah, that's amazing. So another thing, I'm going to give you one solution there without the state's involvement. If she's a religious woman, usually she's protected by the father. Yes or no?
Hmm?
Octavia?
Protected
Yeah, that
by
she's
the father.
protected by the father.
So
Yes.
go back
before
home.
she's married. Yes. The father's the one that is responsible for her safety and her protection before getting married. So going under God, etc. And that's between them and God at that point. But if she decides to divorce the guy, which it's not a good deal because she doesn't have the state to back them up, because if she divorces this guy, she's not gonna get half their shit afterwards, right? So she's not going to get half their shit afterwards. Therefore, she has no reason to divorce the man, which, by the way, we already know 80+% of divorces are initiated by women. So that will neglect that completely. Most men don't divorce their wives. So there's more of a higher chance of less men suffering in a state where it's the government being controlled. Because when the government's in control, women can divorce men. And they do that 80% of the time. If it's a religious aspect and you only get married under the religious aspect, only God, you're going to get divorced 20% of the time because most men will not initiate divorce, right? So let's say it's 20%. Therefore, you have 20% of women that need to be catered to. How many of those religious women will still be under the guidance after they get divorced by their fathers? Most of those fathers will still take care of their daughters. So there's a good solution there where, and most men, by the way, will not fucking, even if they divorce them, and we see this with a lot of these guys will still fucking give money to their divorced wife if they have a kid, etc. They still provide even after the divorce. There's not a whole lot of men out there that will just divorce them and say, go to the desert and die. Like, men don't think that way, bro. Like that's a solution to where most men won't think that way. But women, on the other hand, they think opposite. And in today's society, they're initiating 80% of those divorces, and it's not worth it for men. They will clean out but men don't do the same thing to women.
So your solution,
Jake is making is an excellent point. It's a real problem. It's divorcing in the West.
So your solution is go back to your father.
Wait, hold on, Hassan. Can you talk more about that, because
the Islamic
I'm sure Octavia doesn't agree with me on that.
The Islamic perspective, the point you made is very true. It's a shame that the man in the West, it seems like he's a victim to the women's whims. It seems like 80% of the time she just changes her, and the man is left with a financial ruin, incapable of seeing his kids in most cases. Not in most cases, but in some cases, if she just makes things up and says, "Oh, he's touching my kids," the state will say, "No problem, we believe you," even though without evidence. And then he can't see his kids.
100%.
Yes, he still has. He doesn't own the property anymore that he paid for. I know of these cases in the UK as well. So the state doesn't become the father; it becomes the white knight that victimizes the man for even getting married in the first place.
The state becomes God at that point.
As a man, not a forgiving God as well. A very vindictive, maniacal God. Yeah.
Just because you're a man, yes.
Unjust.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Octavio, if you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Okay. And this is why we need the state involved, because otherwise the woman becomes nothing more than just a slave. Because you're right, women initiate 80% of divorces, but you have to also consider this. The reason why these women that initiate 80% of divorces are women that subscribe to liberal ideologies. These are the feminist women. These are the women that initiate 80% of divorces. Now, the women that don't initiate 80% of divorces, what would happen to them if they just accepted a normal religious marriage without the state? What would happen to them is literally go back to the father. So you either obey what the man says, which a woman should obey what the man says. So, but if, let's say,
yes,
I'm Christian, right, Jake? I'm Christian. I want to go and sleep with other women, right? And I want to do it. Even though I know it's a sin, I want to do it. And I tell my women, I'm going to be honest with her. I tell my woman, I want to do this. All right. And she says, but you're going against God. But I want to do it. I'm a man. I want to do it. let's say I've been watching Red Pill.
Mhm.
All right. I've been watching Myron.
Oh my god, bro.
And then
Okay.
and then she said, well, this is going to be a problem. This is going to be an issue. The only protection, and she said, well, and then I tell her, look, listen, you can always go back to your father. Now, remember, this woman, will be less valuable in the dating market. She probably has a kid. She's already been married.
Yeah.
She's already been, do you understand? She's no longer a virgin. What will happen to that woman? That the likelihood of that woman being taken serious by another man, it becomes a joke. All right. So what?
But even rewarding her with money, she's still a joke, Octavio. You can give her $500,000 of a millionaire. She's still a joke. Nobody's still going to take her serious. That doesn't solve that problem, Octavio.
I absolutely agree. But since it's my job as a man to protect and provide, all right, for me to abandon my woman, it will go against the idea of protection and providing. All right, which as a man,
job, not the state.
Exactly. Which as a man, no, the state is there to make sure that bad men or men that do not. Imagine I give a woman some money, right? And then I say, well, that's enough.
But
that's enough.
Yes, but Octavio, that doesn't happen on a massive scale. More women are destroying men in today's society.
Yes, the state is on the side of women.
Add up.
The state is on the side of the woman. A woman could say that the woman could say that he touched my children without evidence, and he cannot see the child.
Yeah, I'm not.
He can take evidence.
He'll get
the state is a feminist entity, a demonic.
Guys, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Continue.
Yeah. No, Hassan, I do not believe that.
You need to read the statistics, man.
No, I know the statistics. I already know.
It says 25% of Christian marriages are ending in divorce, and it's increasing over the past couple of years.
Okay. The state, according to the state, is again
should we pause this? Should we pause this, do you think?
No. Really yeah, because Jake has got in it.
It's really for him. It's not really for me.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do it in the coffee room.
Hold on. Actually, give me a second.
I think Octavio and they're both going to the men's room. Just me all on my own. Yeah, so guys, Islam's the truth, as you can tell. These guys are struggling. And put some elevator music for you guys. Put some music on for you guys while you guys are waiting. If you guys can hear that. Some sweet music while you're waiting. Bear with us, we'll be back soon.
Okay, there's music playing right now.
Yeah, because Octavio, Octavio, I think he's gone to the men's room as well. So I thought, let me put some music on instead of silence, instead of hearing me talk.
Yeah,
on my own.
I got you. Yeah,
but so,
Hassan. By the way, shout out to you. No, I was gonna say shout out to you, bro, because I wouldn't be here without you adding me on Twitter and getting me the email.
Anytime, bro.
Yeah, so I really do appreciate you like going that extra mile and getting me there and whatnot. So I appreciate that, Hassan.
No worries. I hope that puts Muslims in a positive light for you.
And we appreciate And we appreciate you, Jake. We appreciate you. I hope this can be a long-lasting relationship where we can keep building.
Definitely, bro. Definitely.
Yeah, in regards
Like
to
I love this conversation, guys. I love it.
Yes.
Like you guys
An
are
important one, yeah.
we're going back and forth. We and like I said, I think me and Octavio, we agree on a lot of things, but I love having these conversations that we disagree on, because I think when we disagree, that's where people learn and we can learn from each other, etc. So I enjoy this a ton, bro. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And let me just say, guys, this is how you get to solutions. The reason why I even call the channel Solutions is to have respectful conversations with people that disagree on certain things. We don't always have to disagree on everything, but the things that we do disagree about, we can challenge each other in a very intellectual way and find and get to the solution. And that's the whole point. Now, you guys had some objections to what I was proposing.
Yes.
I would love to hear it. Go ahead. You said something. I think Hassan said something to the effect of the state is feminist.
The state is a feminist demon.
It is.
Right? I'll send you a link for a video of Ali Dawah. Ali Dawah is a Muslim YouTuber in the West, in the UK, and he has a Muslim person on his podcast talking about how him and his wife got divorced. There was no issue. He could see his kids whenever that he wanted. They lived in the house that he bought and paid for. He got married, and then his wife then decided to lie and say that he was touching the kids. Then he was unable to see his kids ever again, and she took the property as well, simply to get back at him for remarrying. Right now, the solution isn't. They can't. If they desire to be vindictive, they can do whatever they want. It seems like impracticality, unfortunately. In theory, the state being fair and just and being a good judge is great, but in practicality, it's not a fair judge. It's cruel and vindictive. That sees the man as the criminal and the woman as the defendant in most cases, right? Or whatever the judicial term is. That's how it plays out in practicality. That's why marriage isn't a practical solution in the West. Not because of that you may get married and you may get divorced. Is you may not survive divorce. Divorce in the West seems like a horrific, painful experience where you lose everything you've worked for decades. And the most valuable things, your wife, your money, your children, your legacy, everything gone out the window in every circumstance. I was working in one place, and there was, in UK, you have these companies that go around, they collect cash from certain shops or locations or whatever. And it's a guy in a security uniform, and he takes the cash. This is a story that I've told on a podcast before. So the guy comes in where I was working to collect cash. He's got a full security uniform. And me and my friend were just talking about marriage or women or whatever we were talking about. And he comes out of nowhere and he says, "Oh, I got divorced. I almost killed myself. I tried to kill myself because my wife didn't let me see my kids." That's how prevalent it is. Your average man doing your average job has not gone or is at high risk of losing everything worth having in life. The state is, I don't know why you would even argue the state presents a possible solution. The state is another husband, a vindictive husband or a devil or a feminist, whatever horrible term you can use to describe it. It's usually appropriate.
Yeah. And Hassan, can I add, when you stated before, like an hour and a half ago, you stated the Matrix is good sometimes. This is a prime example that no, the Matrix always has the worst thing, especially as males that want to be masculine, want to be better. They destroy the male because if the male, and this is what Satan does to our humanity, when you weaken the male, and they say about women empowerment, they say empower women. There's no such thing as empowering women. The only way you empower women is if you weaken the man. The man goes down if the woman's right here and the man's over here. You have to weaken them down all the way lower, and the woman stays the same. There's no such thing as empowerment. Yeah,
you're right. You're absolutely right. But I face that scenario. I look at that scenario and I just think, well, I wouldn't get the state involved. I would write a will. I would say, this, if I die, you get this and this and this. If we get divorced, it's upon you to find another good man. And let him take care of you, and obviously I'll provide for my kids however.
And that would be a good solution. Yes,
and that's why I don't think divorce should be such a stigma. In some cultures, the man is stigmatized for being divorced. The woman is being stigmatized for being divorced. You're a single mother. There's something wrong with you. Blah 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 blah. why not just, you got married, you tried it, it didn't work out, marry somebody else, right? When marriage is pushed to such high status and say you must get married, you must commit, blah blah blah, bro, when it breaks, it puts so much pressure and points so many fingers towards you. And you guys pointed out how the nuclear family is so important. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear you.
No, yeah, Hassan, you just said a lot of things right there. I just thought of something because earlier Octavio asked me about like, what's your solution about the state? And I said, well, the father is usually the provider of the daughter before that she gets married. You talking right there, I just thought of something. Would it be what's the better idea? Giving all the power to the government, the state, or getting a contract between two said families, between the daughter and the son, and negotiating divorce, I guess,
between each other,
reparations. Yeah, between the two families. What is better?
That's how it's done.
Octavio?
That's how it's done Islamically. Islamically, if the divorce is
it really?
Initiated, Islamically, if a divorce is initiated, a man has to pay a financial penalty. The penalty is agreed upon before the marriage has begun. If a woman initiates a divorce, she gets nothing.
Bro, that's awesome. I like that.
A woman says, "I want a divorce." A woman says, "I want a divorce." You get nothing. Good luck.
Hassan,
go ahead.
Who enforces it?
Who enforces it? Usually the elders would come in and say, "Hey, this is the agreement. This is what happened. This is how it's going to go." Usually the father, the uncle. She can't even get married without a male guardian.
Okay, and let's say the father, and let's say the husband says, "No, I'm not going to pay."
Oh, who's going to enforce it? That's a good question.
Well, the family will, because if
the family,
it's between
the family,
the contract,
sure,
if it's the family, it's between.
I know,
guys.
I know. I have a friend getting divorced now.
So let's say
he's going through that process.
Hold on, they came to this agreement.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And they have their differences as to why they
can't carry on.
Whose fault it is, and they separate. All right.
Yeah.
They divorce, and then when it comes to honoring the agreement, all right. Remember, the state is not involved. All right.
The state is not involved. Yeah.
All right. So what you're basically saying is there's going to be a bloodbath between the both in order to get one to honor the agreement.
I've been in these baths. I'm in these baths. There's not much blood. It's usually a case of because your reputation is as important as because because I know people who do not fulfill their contracts when they got divorced. They're finding it difficult to get married now. There's that pool of women, right? Communicate with each other. You go to a woman and say, "I'd like to marry you." They will say, "Who are your references? Who have you been married to before?" And so on and so forth. This is not a marketplace. You need a reference. It's not. You don't just buy and sell women.
So basically,
there are social consequences.
So basically, what you're saying is no one enforces it, and it could go anyway. Basically, right?
That's what you want to hear. That's not necessarily the case. That's what you're hearing.
It's not.
I know people who
Octavio.
Sorry, Jake. Carry on, Jake.
No. Go on, son.
I know people who got divorced and did not fulfill the agreements and just beat their wives and got married and were abusive and whatever it may be, whatever example. They're finding it difficult now to get married because they find the women and the women can go through other channels to find out who this guy was, who's your ex-wife, how did it get so on and so forth.
They get
and
chained.
They're finding it difficult to get married. Yeah, because that social pool of good women know that they have value.
Yes,
they know they don't just sell themselves to any man for any price for any time, right?
There's other guys who are
yes. There are other men who are getting a divorce. They want to get divorced. They want to get divorced quickly and badly, but they're going through the correct process in an effort not to ruin their reputation, paying whatever they owe to complete the divorce and such.
So no one enforces it.
Social enforcement,
no,
right? What do you want me to say?
No. Hold on.
You want a police van to show up? You don't trust something because a police van shows up.
Octavio, do you want the Matrix? Do you want the Matrix going in there and actually navigating your marriage, or do you want actually control where it's your family and her family and you guys have negotiation when it comes to the marriage? Like when you give the power to the people, that's when marriages strive better than giving the power to the state, Octavio. Like that's my point there. I think that's a better solution than just giving all the power to the state, and then because the state will reward the woman no matter what. Because at the end of the day, Satan has empowered beta males, and beta males will literally bend the knee to the woman's feelings. And this is what we see nowadays with divorce laws. Like, which one's the better option, Octavio?
Okay, I'll give you the better option. The better option is to get the state involved. The reason why that's the better option, I'll explain why. Is because
Octavio, come on, bro. Come on.
By the way, I'm a part of the state. I'm a part of the state. I went to a liberal university. Where I was told that men are evil and they're patriarchs and they're this and that and the other. And you want me to help you get through your divorce. Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
Let me finish. Let me explain it.
Octavio, you sound like you're a liberal, bro. It sounds like you voted. Like, if you were in America, it sounds like you might have voted for Joe Biden.
Let me explain it.
Like,
Hassan,
did you vote for Joe Biden? I'm kidding.
Nah. If I start telling some truths, you're gonna see Hassan shaking. Hold on, he's gonna start interrupting. Right? Okay. It's very
I'm having so much fun, by the way. But go on.
The state,
That's great.
The reason why the state needs to be involved is, first of all, this idea that you give all the power to human beings, and the population will behave accordingly. And it's
Octavio,
just
the state is human beings, though.
The
government are still humans, Octavio.
I'm gonna give you a quick example, right? I'm gonna give a quick example.
Okay.
Some inheritance money are supposed to. I know some people are supposed to be getting some inheritance money, and the back and forth. It's been 3 years of going back and forth, and this is with the state involved. Back and forth for people fighting because some people don't want to give the money to the other person, because of whatever issues that they have, and this is with the state involved. Now, the reason why I say the state must be involved is, first of all, you can't trust human beings to always do the correct thing and do the right thing and actually honor the agreement. All right. Now, the reason why you say, oh, the state is going to literally clean you dry. No. The laws are set up so that the woman, remember how the laws are set up, all right? The laws are set up so that the woman is protected and provided for, because according to back in the days, we follow gender roles. The woman stayed at home taking care of the kids.
Back in the days.
Exactly.
Octavio, nowadays women make their own money.
I agree, but
they're equal now, apparently.
As a religious person, Hassan. Sorry, Jake. As a religious person,
Jake,
I don't marry. I did not marry a woman that believes in making her own money, that believes in working, that believes in doing all of that.
But other men do. So give me the advice of those men, because I know about you. You won't do that. I won't do that. Hassan probably won't do that. But the point is, what about these average male? We're talking about the average population.
You're assuming too much. But
hold on. Wait. The average population will die out. The average population will become extinct because their moral foundation does not permit them to procreate. Their moral foundation does not permit them to have nuclear families. Their moral foundation, they don't have a moral foundation. The average man will become extinct. I'm just letting you know, like, this is like survival of the fittest stuff. Okay, depend what you believe.
I like that, though.
Hold on, what you believe affects how you think and behave, and what the average man believes in does not produce children, does not produce marriage. It does not produce any of that, and we can see it because the facts show it. We can see it. The statistics prove it. The West is not replacing itself. The birth rate has declined. Marriage is on the decline. The average man is literally becoming extinct because what they believe in is not conducive to life. Okay, and the modern women, the same goes to modern women. So when we talk about the average man, I mean, for us to give them advice is look at the statistics. Do you want to carry on going this path? Or do you want to change your ways and become different? But going back to the divorce, question, the reason why you need the state is because Human beings can be selfish, human beings can be greedy, human beings can be spiteful, human beings can be vindictive. And if the state is not there to say, listen, mate, you need to uphold your duty as a man, then okay, I do grant you one thing. Yes, modern women will abuse the laws. Modern women will use the laws to their own advantage in order to punish the men. I do understand that. But since a religious person is not a modern person, okay, they will conduct themselves a little bit better. I'm hoping.
Hey, Octavio,
And that's the problem.
I have another question. Well, hold on. I have another question for Octavio. When you say a religious person, but not everybody else, for example, myself, that I consider myself a Christian, but I don't believe in the Trinity, so therefore, I probably, in your eyes, wouldn't be a religious person. Hassan wouldn't be either because he's a Muslim, right? And
No, wrong.
he's a
wrong,
Muslim,
Jake.
etc.
Religious
So
person.
I'm asking you, what's your definition? What's your definition of a religious person? That's exactly what my question was.
Modern men are religious people because they religiously lust over women. So when we are talking about religious just means someone who's dedicated to something. That's what a religious person is. If you're talking about a Christian, that's a different question.
I got okay.
A Christian is someone who believes in Christ, who believes in the Trinity, who believes that Jesus died, resurrected, and ascended into heaven.
Right.
That's who a Christian is, and he follows those morals.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. That's what a Christian is. And
So okay, yes, that's the thing. Actually, you explained it very well because I was thinking that you were thinking from a Christian, like just the Christian will inherit the earth, or inherit like.
Let there be no doubt. He still thinks Muslims are heathens and whatever. Don't let there be no doubt, mate. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
I do.
What a shame. We'll get.
You're making Hassan feel bad, bro. Stop.
I like you guys. Yeah, come on, man. I want to fit in.
Hassan, you're my first Muslim friend, to be honest. There's not too many Muslims in South Texas by Mexico.
I appreciate it. Well, I heard in Nashville there's quite a few, but I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, but they're not like, Middle Eastern. They're Mexicans that believe in Muslim religion. It's a little different, maybe.
I'm East African.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. So you have the brown skin, right? Like
more black. But yeah.
Hassan?
He's black.
Okay. Oh, you're black. Okay, so I'm brown, and I might look white, but I'm actually like Hispanic. I'm not white, but
you're Latinx.
But I'm Latinx. Yeah, Latinx.
Yeah.
If I was a homosexual, I'd be Latinx, but no, I'm
Latino.
Latino.
Latino. I know. I was joking. I know you guys don't like that, so I'm joking.
Yeah, I know. I hate that, but like the liberals love it, right? But yeah,
it sounds interesting. I like it. Latino. It's a nice, like a movie or something. Latinx.
Yeah, when you say Latin X, it's like I'm not an X-Men, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not Cyclops or Wolverine.
It's
but
really
I
weird.
get it. I like it though. Yeah.
Oh my God.
But anyways, at the end of the day, build the wall. So
build the wall. Build the wall.
Build the wall, man. I don't want these Mexicans coming across the border because it really affects our society, believe it or not. No, it's true. Yeah. Dude, these Mexicans, I'm not Mexican. I'm American. All right. I'm Hispanic. My roots come from Mexico, but I don't want those motherfuckers crossing the goddamn border because they're ruining society, especially here in the Rio Grande Valley, like South Texas.
Okay.
So
Elon Musk was there. Elon Musk was there at some point.
Really?
Yeah. Brownsville, Texas. He has SpaceX in Brownsville, Texas. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw him.
Look it up. Brownsville, Texas. He has SpaceX there. Yeah.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. So
is it crazy because I'm Hispanic, but yet I'm saying build the wall and I want these Mexicans out of America?
That's crazy.
Is
That's
that crazy?
Yeah, the only crazy part is you're not from Cuba. You're not from Florida. It's a lot of Cubans in Florida really hate
No, I'm not from
Latin
Florida.
America.
Yeah. I'm not Cuban though. I'm Mexican, like I
Yeah,
said.
Mexico.
But yeah, I'm literally on the border of Mexico. I don't want those Mexicans in my country. But I myself, like I'm Jake Var, but Var is short for Vargas. Vargas is a Mexican. Oh, it comes from Spain, but I have, it's somewhat
Mexican
European,
ancestry.
but it's Mexican. My roots come from Mexico. But yeah, I would say, I don't want those people in my country.
Why don't you want them?
What was that?
Why don't you want Mexicans to come to America?
That's a great question, because a lot of these people that come here, they do it illegally. They speak Spanish. In my area in the Rio Grande Valley, a lot of them that come here illegally, you have older people, they don't even speak the English language, Octavio. Like they don't speak the English language. And I know I live in an area where it's heavily populated by Hispanics, some of which might be illegal, etc. And I don't speak Spanish. I was raised with a grandma that spoke English to me, although she knew Spanish, but I didn't pick up the language when I was a kid. And when I was growing up working in the Rio Grande Valley here in South Texas, I literally had these fucking Mexicans that would come into Walmart, churches. I worked at churches, Walmart. I worked at churches is like a chicken place. It's a restaurant.
Okay.
And then Walmart is like it's like a groceries, etc. And I would have these people come to me. They would speak Spanish to me. I would say, hey, no habla inglés, which means I don't speak English. I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. No habla español, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they would say, what, you don't speak Spanish? Aren't you Mexican? You should be speaking Spanish. Like, you're a disgrace. They would literally disrespect me because I didn't speak the language. And I would say, what the fuck? And I was a young kid. I'd be like, what the hell? Like, dude, you're here in America and you don't speak English. Why are you dissing on me for not speaking Spanish? Like, literally, bro.
Me and Octavio
operated.
Me and Octavio would love to learn Spanish. Is that right, Octavio?
Say that again.
Would you love to learn Spanish one day?
Yo hablo español.
Oh, you speak Spanish? Oh, fair enough.
Oh, he said no habla Spanish.
No.
Oh, is that?
No. Yo hablo español.
You habla español. Oh, habla español. Okay, my bad.
Hablo español, pero un poquito.
We were doing a podcast with the Mexican the whole time. I didn't know.
Little. By the way, Octavio, you don't look Mexican, bro. You look black as hell. So I thought you were black. But like UK black, right? You have the accent.
Entiendo más do que hablo.
There you go. Love it, bro. Love it. But yeah, just to give you guys a little bit of insight of where I lived or how I grew up.
How much do you blame?
Like a lot of these Mexicans.
How much do you? Because from a perspective outside of the US, a lot of the poverty, because people are coming there because they're from a poor background and they're looking for opportunities. And how much of the US economy and US foreign policy is to blame for the destabilization of South America? Don't you think they're just paying the price of the burning their neighbor's yard?
Oh man, that's a really honestly, man, that's a good question. This is gonna open up a whole entire worms when you're talking about the border.
For another time, I guess.
Okay, yeah, for another podcast, but I'll just do it in a very vague nutshell. All right.
Sure.
Yeah, very brief. Okay, very brief. But I'll tell you this. When it comes to the US border, there's open borders right now. My parents, and I'll tell you this, my brother, I have an older brother, he'll go to Mexico, but he goes during the day just to party with his wife. He goes over there to drink. In Mexico, it's cheap as hell to get drunk. Literally, you can go there with like $15. You get drunk the whole morning, like hours, but they go over there, party, etc. So they're very poor people. They're very poor individuals, etc. We can cross the border as Americans. Dude, you go over there, you're rich. So that's what they do. So when these Mexicans come over here, they cross the border. And I know, I know several of them. When I was working at fast food places, I knew people that were illegals. They were from Mexico. They would work under the table, get paid less money than the rest of us, go back to Mexico, and that was better money for them coming across the border to go over there and pay for their families. The thing is that when they're all the ways over here, and it's not just people that want to just work, there's criminals. In fact, in my neighborhood, like in my area, there was an illegal immigrant that killed a cop that I lived in a small town. I live in a small town. He murdered a cop that was chasing him, murdered him, cold death. He got arrested. We found out later that he was an illegal immigrant. This officer had worked on the force for 30 fucking years. And I knew this man. When I was a kid, I remember him as a cop. He was very well loved by our community. We have a small community. We're a small community of Hispanics, Mexicans. We don't have a whole lot of black people or white people, etc. Like we all look alike down here, you know, in this small town. And this man got murdered by this, I'm sorry to say this, but by this fucking illegal immigrant. And it pissed me off. Like it's disturbing because it's under the Biden administration on how these people get across so easily. And it costs the lives of our officers here in my small town.
I would say it's the Republicans and their policies and you're going back to all the way back to Ronald Reagan and his effort to destabilize the South America. I don't have the details with me right now, but you have the Milton Friedman and their economic policies that influence. So their economic beliefs that influence Ronald Reagan and Ronald Reagan's administration of Republicans destabilize. For example, in Mexico, it's illegal to own guns, right, as a citizen.
Yes, that's true.
But it's official that the CIA used to run guns into Mexico to help destabilize South Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be argued that the U.S. is just causing issues in America, making these people poor, making them cross borders to find opportunities, which then your part of the world, your part of America is facing the consequences for?
That's a great question. So you're stating that, is it possible that America's influence on the rest of the world is causing a problem in, let's say, our neighboring country of Mexico?
Yeah. Not just Mexico, across the world.
Okay.
But Mexico in this case. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to use Mexico. In this case, I'm going to use Mexico as an example. You have to realize, bro, over there in Mexico, the Mexican government is not even run by their own government. They're run by the Mexican cartel. Now, the cartels are literally drug dealers. They literally import drugs across the U.S. border. The U.S. border, and they import drugs across other states like Colombia, etc. They're the Mexican cartels. They're some of the most brutal people in the world. If you ever, if you ever watch the Netflix special, yes, they do. Yes,
I've watched Narcos.
Like your Taliban.
I've watched Narcos. I've watched
Narcos. Yeah. Yes. So that is all real, bro. Like Mexico is literally run or a portion of it is run by the Mexican cartel. In fact, when I was younger, I used to go to school in college in Brownsville, Texas, which is right like literally off the border. Dude, I remember going to school there and I remember hearing gunshots across Mexico. This was back in like 2014, 2013 or so. Like, dude, they were having gunshots across there and I heard it as a college kid.
But in all fairness, the U.S. government giving them guns in a place where it's illegal for people to own guns, and the U.S. government buying drugs from them, doesn't this help promote this evil cancer within the nation?
No. Here's the thing: you want to state that because here in America we have the freedom to have guns, right?
No. Because the United States government funnels guns into Mexico in an effort to feed the cartel and buys cocaine and whatever drugs the cartels are selling from the cartels. That helps promote these.
Yeah. So you're
what the U.S. has done to Mexico is done. Yes. Not even that deep.
So you're talking about deep state. No, it is deep. It is deep because you do realize what you just mentioned right now is not something that the average American knows about, Hassan.
Sure.
So you
Sure.
want to mention something that it's like, oh, well, what do you think about this? Here's the thing. Most American people don't know about that. Okay. You have to realize that warfare is all around America. I'm sorry, not America, but in other countries, it benefits money-wise to the United States. This is why we're funding the Israel Palestine war, which I'll get into you. I'm not going to do it on this podcast, but I'll talk to you about that later. But we do. America's not innocent, bro. We're really not.
Okay. We're on the same page.
Yeah. Yes, 100%. But I will tell you this: the Mexican cartel is literally, they were at war with the Mexican government. Like, they're literally, the Mexican government and the cartel, the drug dealers over there, they're literally matched up when it comes to warfare. This is why the Mexican government will just say, you know what, I don't want to fuck with the cartel. Let's just agree to disagree and let them partake in their criminal acts, and then just follow suit and be average about it. This is why so many drugs are being crossed.
That's the same case in. Sorry to interrupt, Jay. That's the same case in. I'm from. Do you know where Somalia is?
Somalia.
East Africa.
That's somewhere in East Africa.
East Africa, the Horn of Africa.
Okay.
In Somalia,
Okay.
in Somalia, it's split into three parts. There's Somaliland, which is where I'm from, which is the north. You have Puntland, which is the east, and you have what's called Somalia, which is the larger portion in the south. And you've heard of Al-Shabaab, which is a terrorist organization that causes terrorist acts in Kenya, Ethiopia, and so killing people and whatever, right?
Right.
They're just the East African version of Al Qaeda, right? They are as powerful as the cartel in Somalia, not Somaliland, which is where I'm from. Slight difference. Somaliland and Somalia, slightly different. In my country, they have no influence, and they never have. They did terrorist acts in Somalia, in Kenya, and Ethiopia. Why? Because they could go wherever they wanted, they could do whatever, they could kill whoever they wanted and do as they wished. And like most terrorist organizations do in very poor countries, because let's just classify the cartel as a terrorist organization. It's the best way to describe it, right? They didn't do anything in Somalia, which is where I'm from, which is very safe, very stable. Mentioned by Bill Gates, mentioned by Malcolm X. You can check the references on Google. Very safe part of the country, right? Because we have access to British weapons. Because we had good relationships with the British government, a former British protectorate, meaning that the British would land their ships there, refuel, and this is in the past in 1800s or something, and then they would go and carry on protecting the Suez Canal or whatever, right? So we have always had good political relations with Britain. So when we wanted to protect ourselves, we could buy British weapons, because obviously if you don't have British weapons or French weapons or American weapons or Chinese weapons, you're at a loss, because those are the biggest arms dealers in the world anyway, right? So we were always safe. Somalia was never safe because their government is like a tin pot republic, as they would describe it. Just like Mexico, the militant part of the country has greater power, more guns, more money, more influence than the government. So the government, in a sense, becomes powerless until 2021, I think, because the Joe Biden administration and the Somali government both agreed to come to a conclusion to drone strike these terrorists. And if you can drone strike them, then it becomes a more safer region. Then there can be oil exploration, because the South Coast has a lot of oil and natural gas and oil reserves. So you get rid of the terrorist group through the help of Joe Biden, and then you can help develop oil fields and go from there, right? Because Somalia's got a bit of oil and natural gas that's uncultivated at the moment, just like in Gaza, which is interestingly enough, the war's kicking off there. The US government could just say, hey, Mexico, we have a border problem. Let's just drone strike and kill these cartel leaders and kill the cartel. Do your job for you.
I wish they would.
Powerless. Come to some sort of agreement. Trump could do that, and Biden did it for East Africa.
Yeah, Trump would.
Yeah, and it wouldn't take long. If they can take down Iraq and Libya and other nations so quickly, that have a strong military, have a strong presence, they can definitely do it with someone like the cartel, because the cartel is nothing compared to Saddam's army or Gaddafi's army or whoever's army, right?
100%,
when you've got everything.
100%. Yes.
Yeah, when you have a no-fly.
Yeah.
So it seems like it's an issue, but it's not. It's an intended issue, because Mexico is just across the border, as you said. Stabilizing it would be very quick and easy. All you have to do is kill the cartel, prop up a very basic government. Probably wouldn't cost much to do. Probably cost less than building a wall in most cases. And then it becomes stable. But South America is very wealthy, very rich, and it's rife for competition, and it's difficult to influence. Just like Venezuela, an oil-rich nation that chooses to be semi-communist and that doesn't play toll to. And same with Cuba. I think the U.S. can resolve the Mexican issue, right, and resolve it quickly and resolve it easily. But I think South America is too much competition, and history proves that. History proves it with the U.S. funding terrorist organizations in South America, sending their armies in to destabilize certain governments, propping up certain governments, putting sanctions on those like Cuba who don't accept the Mexican ideal of how South America should be. I just don't trust the U.S.
And Hassan,
government. As a whole,
right? Yeah. No, but you would agree that it's not just the United States government. Like when it comes to the powerhouses of the world, they're all like to an extent funding particular wars and draining resources of other countries for.
That's why Assad in Syria is still alive. That's why Gaddafi left and Assad stayed, because Gaddafi had no friends. He didn't have Russia or America. Assad had Russia on his side. That's why he's still in power.
Okay. So he didn't have Russia on his side, and which is why he's still in power. That's your statement, right?
No. Assad in Syria did have Russia on his side. He has Russian backing. That's why he's still there.
Oh, he did have. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, now I understand. Yeah. Okay, I got you there. And so when you were talking about this particular situation, you're 100% right on that, Hassan, because like I said before, when it comes to Mexico that deals drugs across the border, our Biden administration and the United States have yet to do anything that really matters on stopping these drug cartels that come over the borders. So I'm saying this, a big problem when it comes to the United States is fentanyl. I don't know if you know what fentanyl is, but fentanyl is a very deadly drug. Okay, great. So the thing is, they take the fentanyl drugs that are being crossed the border and they're lacing it with marijuana. Now, marijuana is a very it's a drug that's easily accessible here in where I live. Like you can go to any corner and buy some fucking marijuana. In other words, I live in an area where they sell this shit, bro. Like I can buy marijuana right now if I wanted to. Now the problem is that it's so easily accessed that they are like nowadays when they cross these drugs over to the United States, the marijuana is laced with fentanyl, bro. Not only just marijuana, any other drug is being laced with fentanyl. Yes, and it's going to kill you. So a lot of people, and I've known about personally, I've known 3 people that they were into marijuana, they were hippies, etc. I wasn't like friends with them so much, but at the end of the day, they were hippies. I didn't associate with them too much, but I do know them, and they did pass away abruptly. Later, when I found out, is because they had some kind of instances with marijuana or drugs, etc., and they found fentanyl in their system. Fentanyl has become a huge problem down here at the border, bro. And it's the United States or Joe Biden who has the open border policies that are allowing these criminals, these rapists that come from Mexico. Like shout out to Donald Trump when he said that Mexico is not sending their best, because they're not, bro. They're not sending their fucking best. They're sending rapists. They're sending drug dealers. They're sending women that try to come in. They're being raped.
Sorry, Jake, to interrupt. This is my problem. It's really presented as a left-right problem, right? It's the left isn't doing something, so the right has the opportunity to present a solution.
They're pussies, though. The right is pussies. That's my problem.
The right are pussies. Donald Trump is an even bigger pussy. If you don't, well, I don't think Octavio wants us to use these words. They're p words, right? They're p words. They're both p words.
They're both Trump is grabbing them by the pussy.
Trump is lying. Trump is another Andrew Tate. He's presenting. If he really wanted to solve the problem, all he would do is send out his drones to kill the cartel. Set up a propaganda, because you quote the example of the fentanyl crisis, which has killed 100,000 people across the country in 1 year, but you haven't spoken about the opioid crisis, which has killed 600,000 people in 1 year in the US, right? Or roughly
that was before Trump. Yeah, 100%. Hassan. I love this conversation. I
Yeah.
didn't know that you were anti-Trump, which I kind of believe it now because you're anti-Andrew Tate, and like Trump and Andrew Tate kind of
Yeah,
have
yeah.
the same
I am pro-Trump.
dark triad
I am
traits.
pro-Trump.
You're
Because he sings the
pro-Trump,
sweet words. He's
Octavio.
Yes.
You're pro-Trump.
Yes.
No shit, I didn't know that. Okay, he doesn't
He-
like
he-
Andrew Tate, but he's pro-Trump.
both
Okay, fair enough.
both of you should not listen to Trump. He's just telling you sweet words. I'll give you an example. I'll give you a personal one.
Are we talking politics now? Are we talking politics now? Or are we going back to the local?
We're enjoying
it
it. I'm
reverted
leaving
to
it.
this. Yeah.
I'm leaving in 2 minutes, and so I'll leave you with this. I think I quoted this before with Octavio. Donald Trump said he wants a total Muslim ban, right? And I remember hearing this, and my heart started beating. I was like, oh, he's coming
That's
for
why
us
you're
now.
offended. Yeah. I agree
That was in
with
my
him.
heart. But this is the problem. That
Yeah, I
Muslim,
gotcha.
that Muslim ban means nothing, because his first official visit out of the country was to the Saudis, right? When he says Muslims, he's just saying it to be popular to the people who think that they understand the problem and they think that he's the solution. Same with Andrew Tate. Donald Trump isn't Neo. He isn't Morpheus. He's Agent Smith. He's a part of the Matrix. The Matrix is dupe the people into believing what you want to believe, so you can get into a position that you want to be in and take advantage and make as much money as you can, have as much power as you can. That's all it is. These are just charlatans selling you ideas. They present no real life solutions. If Donald Trump, all he said, his campaign was on build a wall. He got that from Twitter, because a lot of people before he went for his campaign said, we want a wall. We have a problem with the border. I'm going to build a wall. They'll build another thing. It wouldn't have taken that long, considering the guy comes from a construction background. He should have done it within a few months. It took him 4 years and he did nothing. So he's not going to resolve the issue. Building the wall is out of his hands.
You know why he
Building the
didn't
wall
do anything
possesses-
for those 4 years?
Go ahead.
He was being stopped by the Democratic Party. You do realize that the Democratic Party, they had the media in their back pocket. They were attacking
gonna
Trump
stop them
every
now?
single day,
What's
and they were voting
gonna stop
out
them
the
now?
wall during that time when he was trying to build it.
What's going to stop them now?
Like, dude, he had. Yeah, that's a great question. What's going to stop them now? What's going to stop
We'll leave
them
that for
now is
next-
that back in the day,
we-
people were so nice.
We'll leave that for next time. I'm gonna shoot off. It's been a great discussion, guys.
Yes,
I wish you all the
Hassan.
best. Or should I let you finish?
Hassan,
Should let you
I got to go too.
Oh, you gotta go too.
Yeah, Hassan, I got to go too. Yeah. But honestly, Hassan, yes, it was a great conversation. I know Octavio wasn't in this conversation. You know, me and him were going back and forth. Now I'm going back and forth with you. I came on this
Which is
fucking
fun.
podcast, and now I'm arguing with both y'all's. Like, I'm just here to argue with you guys.
Which is great. Which is great.
Which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
We love
for
it.
sure.
We love it. We love it. We love it.
Yeah. I'm
know?
glad.
Till
I'm
next
glad,
time,
guys.
guys.
But yeah,
I'll-
this is definitely. Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. Go
What's
ahead.
up, Octavio?
No,
I was
gonna
just saying,
say-
like, this is gonna be.
Yep. So,
No,
Go
I
ahead,
was
Jake.
just gonna say this is gonna be the start of a great relationship, guys. Octavio, go on.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say exactly that. And you see, if more people came together like this in a respectful
Respectfully.
manner and allowed each other to talk and formulate their thoughts and formulate their arguments, we would the world would be a much better place. I think people would get more from listening to a podcast if people conducted themselves the way we've conducted ourselves.
No Frank Castle.
Exactly, no Frank Castle. I do understand that idiots exist, but for the most part, here we want to cultivate this level of respect, so that we can keep having these conversations. And you were amazing, Jake.
You're great.
Loved
Great
everything
guy.
you had to
Thank
say.
you.
Absolutely great. It was a blessing having you here, and
Thank
I
you,
hope
guys.
you keep coming back. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely I will, because you guys have some good conversation. The original conversation was about the Elon Musk free speech, which I didn't even get a chance to actually ask you questions that I had about that, because we went off to the Andrew Tate stuff. So I wanted to go on here to ask you about freedom, like free of speech, like policy stuff, but we didn't get to that at all. Like after I don't even know how long I've been on here. Like
we can do it tomorrow if you
we'll
want.
save it. Yeah, whenever you're on. I got work, etc. But I'll see what's up. I actually need to. I was planning to make a video tonight that's gonna air tomorrow, but that's not gonna happen. But totally worth it, guys. Totally worth it. But yeah, we need to do this again. When you guys are on, I'll, if I'm there, and I want to, I'll tell you guys, hey, can I get on the conversation?
Yeah, of course. All the time.
I'll appreciate it.
You can jump on it anytime. I'm gonna be on tomorrow around same time, around midnight. Because I work kind of, I work nights. So when you see me, like, right now I'm at work, I'm in the office. So but yeah, so please feel free to jump in. So I'm on tomorrow around midnight. That's midnight here. I'm not sure what time that is in
probably 9 p.m. or something, maybe
9. Okay, man. Even then, you're on midnight. Like, that's late. But for me, it's probably a lot earlier, so I'm fine with that.
What time is it? What time is it now?
Definitely, I'll make that in. Right now, in the United States of America, it's 11:02 p.m.
Okay, it's
11
fine.
o'clock, 11 p.m.
We're 6 hours.
Here is 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Octavio, damn boy.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Hassan, what about you?
Oh, sorry, I cut off there for a second. What was your question?
Oh yeah. What time is it over there?
About 30 seconds difference from Octavio.
Oh, okay. So you guys
We're right next door to each other.
Okay, so
we're next door to each other.
Oh, no shit. So you guys are besties then. The hell?
It's turning out that way.
Frenemies.
Yeah, right on, man. Frenemies. The Christian versus the Muslim. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah. I love it, man.
Yes,
I love it.
I'm definitely going to be on tomorrow, Jake. So feel free to jump in at any time. And I'm actually going to be on camera from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm going to be also on camera. Yeah, so I'm here to work. I'm here to work.
Right on, man. Right on. Sounds good.
So
Sounds good.
We can have that Elon Musk conversation tomorrow if you want.
Yes.
Make that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I had some
bro.
interesting conversations, interesting questions for you, but I'll save that for another time.
No worries. Tomorrow then, yeah, if you're about.
Yeah. I'll see what's up whenever I get out, etc. All right, Tavio.
Nice talking to you. See ya.
Take it easy, bro. See ya.
Laters, my friend.
Laters.